maybe ask Adam to read out the list of the people who are in the queue so they can position yourself behind the microphone. We continue the discussion we had yesterday. It was a very good discussion, very valuable input. We sat together after the meeting and it did get rather late. Some of you stayed with us. And my co-chair for today, Henriette, is just emerging. Not all of the advisors are on the podium yet, but as I said, it did get rather late, and I suppose some of our colleagues may have had problems with getting up. But please, may I ask you kindly take to your seats. And Adam, can you read out the list of the people we have in the queue from yesterday?
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We'll begin with the line for governments, as governments will have the first option to speak this morning. So the order of governments as they were lining up in the queue yesterday is India, Cuba, Spain, Saudi Arabia, South Korea, Council of Europe, France, Morocco, Kuwait. So the first government speaker, India, should you please line up at the queue, as you will be the person we will be calling on shortly, followed by Cuba, Spain, Saudi Arabia, South Korea, Council of Europe, France, Morocco, and Kuwait. Going to the next line, technical and academic, Joanna Varon and Leonardo Corrid. I hope I've pronounced the name right. I'm struggling with names and also my own handwriting. So Leonardo, I hope you're here. Private sector line, Maria Medriano, ITT, I hope again, good. Alexander Castro, James Seng, Eduardo Panafo Abranet, Robert Pepper. So Maria, Alexander, James, Eduardo, and Pepper. Civil society, Badwan Shokom, Jeremy Malcolm, Izumi Aizu, and Dr. Lauren Eke. Is that, and you will be fine. So if that's clear, the first speaker this morning will be India. Marcus.
Thank you for that. In terms of substance, I think, well, we knew when we got into the session that we had some issues that were controversial. Human rights, not surprisingly, it is always a difficult issue, but I think we have enough input to clarify the text, and some of the comments received were extremely helpful. We certainly, I think, got the point that we need to strengthen the language on surveillance. One issue that remains controversial, and I fear we don't have a consensus in the room, is the issue of net neutrality. There are many participants who attach great importance to this, and not only to the concept, but also to the term net neutrality. We thought that one way to deal with this could be to have a clean text in the body of the text on the principles based on open internet. One of the speakers yesterday made a very eloquent plea for that approach, but then have maybe a mention of the term net neutrality in the way forward section as one of the issues that need further exploration. And I think this is also one of the issues we would like to have guidance from you today. And the issue that received most comments was the concept of permissionless innovation. We heard very strongly, I think also in the opening session, for keeping that concept. The very inventor of the underlying TCP IP protocol, Vint Cerf, used the term in his address. The inventor of the World Wide Web also made a strong plea for the concept of permissionless innovation. And we heard the chairman of the IETF also saying that this is how important this is for the very nature of the internet. So I think we need to keep that in. Maybe for those who expressed concerns that it would lead to anarchy, we could have a mention that this is an enabling environment based on the rule of law. And also, I think we heard a plea to expand on the reference to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and bring in a reference to Article 27, which refers to the right of creators. That might be something worthwhile considering. We had other comments yesterday that were interesting suggestions for new text, such as on the role of intermediaries. This is something we considered. And there was also language introduced from the floor on the protection of children. However, it seems we, of course, are all in favor of that, but at the same time, it didn't fit in easily in the Declaration of Principles, so that may well be some issue we could also give for consideration for work that needs to be done in other fora. But with that, I hand over to my co-chair of the day, Henriette, who feel free to fill in what I may have left out. And then you manage the session by giving the floor to our speakers. Please, Henriette.
Thank you very much, Marcus, and welcome back, everyone. I hope your night was not as late as ours was. I don't have much to add to what Marcus has said. Perhaps just a reminder that this is an important document to all of us. So there's a strong sense of ownership. There's a strong sense from different constituencies that they see text they are comfortable with, that they don't see text that they are not comfortable with. But let's keep in mind this is a non-binding document. This is an aspirational initiative. We are trying to be visionary. We are trying to look to the future. We're not negotiating specific issues that are going to be hitting us in the face in the next few weeks. So I think let's be flexible and open and optimistic around that. I think an interesting thing I think that emerged from our discussion was that even in the principle section, there's a need to look at what happens next. So roadmap is not just about internet governance processes and institutions, but also how do you comply with rights, for example. The point that Marcus mentioned about the rights to children. Perhaps we can't include that in very much detail at the moment, but we need to look at that. Another point that came from one of the remote participants is how do companies comply with human rights? How do we ensure that? And then we talked about the role of intermediaries because there was an input, but also the role of intermediaries in protecting privacy. So we're not going to cover all of these issues in detail at the moment. And I think we need to recognize that there are rights and principles type actions that will require follow-up. I think just one point perhaps that Marcus didn't mention that was also difficult to resolve was how we refer to the internet. We had introductory remarks from several speakers, from Vint Cerf, from Dilma, from Tim Berners-Lee, about the publicness or the commonness of the internet as a resource, as a common resource for all. And it was quite difficult to find language around that different stakeholder groups were comfortable with. So it might be useful to reflect on that as well. And we will try and find a way of, a non-contentious way of capturing those permissions. So on that, I think our first speaker is civil society, government. So we're starting with government, and just remember to introduce yourself. Or do we go with we have the list, so I'll read the list. First comment comes from India.
Thank you, Chair. At the outset, we once again thank the organizers for doing this wonderful meeting here. As part of our intervention, which made through our written text, we would like to supplement it in this platform. India believes that there are many issues of importance highlighted in our submissions to the draft text circulated in the high-level multi-stakeholder committee have not found any reflection. There are no references to Geneva principles as well as the Tunis agenda, which form the bedrock for the ongoing global discourse on the internet governance. Despite a clear recognition in the Tunis agenda to multilateral process, apart from the multi-stakeholder approach, in the evolution of the future roadmap on internet governance, we find no reference to it in this initial draft outcome document which we are considering now. In our view, it is therefore a very unbalanced one. We believe that the future internet governance framework should also be multilateral, democratic, and representative, as these aspects have been provided for in the Tunis agenda. Hence, we seek inclusion of and suitable reflection of this sentiment in paragraph 1 of the text that we have, which we have considering now. We also seek inclusion of the phrase with a view to preserve internet as global commons at the end of the paragraph 1. Mr. Chairman, we also seek inclusion of the following under the internet governance principles as paragraph 14 bis and para 18 bis. I read, this has been submitted already in our intervention, written interventions. Multilateral, as policy authority for internet-related public policy issues, is the sovereign right of governments, and moreover, states have rights and responsibilities for international internet public policy issues. The internet governance should ensure its legitimacy through participation of all the stakeholders and by being anchored in an appropriate international legal authority. In the end, Mr. Chair, given the diversity of the views and attendant challenges in encapsulating all views in one document, we once again wish to reiterate that Chairman's summary of the meeting is the most appropriate form of outcome for this meeting. Such a document alone can reflect the vibrant discussion and exchange of views among multiple thought streams that we have seen in this room. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have civil society. My co-chair suggested we go from left to right. So next we have technical community and academia.
Hello, I'm Joana Varon, researcher from the Center for Technology and Society. On behalf of more than 100 representatives from civil society and academia that gather at the NETmundial on the 22nd, I would like to suggest a modification for paragraph 15, which sets the definition for multi-stakeholder. To set clear language for a balanced, democratic, multi-stakeholder approach, we propose internet governance processes, policies, and decisions should respect and support full participation of all affected, current and future stakeholders, and foster democratic bottom-up decision-making. Any multi-stakeholder approach should particularly enable meaningful participation from developing countries and underrepresented groups. When stakeholder representatives need to be appointed, they should be selected through open, participatory, and transparent process, in which different stakeholder groups should self-manage their processes based on inclusive, publicly known, well-defined, well-documented, and accountable mechanisms. That definition uses languages of paragraph 6, 8, and 9 of the roadmap, which we thought are more appropriate to be used to set a clear and concrete definition of this concept in the session of principles. We also agree with the importance of listing all the other internet governance process principles set in the document, and we agree on the need to explicitly mention the principle of net neutrality in the text. Finally, I would like to make one addition of paragraph 5 on privacy that, due to technical problems, I was told, was kept out of the record yesterday. It's really important to us. So it's just a mention that the international principles of application of human rights to communication surveillance, the necessary and proportionate principles, should be the vantage point of discussions on mass surveillance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have private sector.
Thank you. Maria Medrano with the Information Technology Industry Council, ITI. ITI is an association of global high-tech companies based in Washington, D.C. We'd like to thank the EMC for addressing open standards in the draft document, and we have a small proposal to paragraph 25. There were also several proposals submitted to the same effect online. Our proposal is to place greater emphasis on the global voluntary consensus standards ecosystem, as well as more accurately reflect the processes employed by the standards development organizations whose work enables the internet to work seamlessly across borders. Our proposal is to add the word voluntary, so promote open voluntary standards, and also replace the phrase decisions made by open consensus with the phrase replace decisions representing broad consensus. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Next, we have civil society.
Bien, je réponds au nom de Thiombe Baudouin. Je viens de RDC.
I am coming from the Democratic Republic of Congo. I am a member of AFRALO at large in Africa and member of the caucus from at large. And I would like to talk about paragraph 9. This paragraph is not complete, is not finished according to me, because we have to make reference to the instruments that are already adopted. And I would like to add to this paragraph 9, the governance of the internet must protect and promote the diversity, the cultural diversity, and the multilingual diversity according to the Convention on the Diversity of Cultural Expression adopted in October 2005. I think that if we formulate it that way, we're going to refer to that convention, and that's the reason when we talk about cultural diversity and linguistic diversity. This convention is very clear and explains how we can protect those concepts of cultural diversity and several languages. Thank you very much.
Merci. Next we have
Sí,
Cuba.
Bueno,
First of all, we would like to reiterate that we think that the document is a good basis for discussion. Anyway, it is not complete, and it has serious flaws that we believe that need to be solved. In the first place, we propose that we strengthen the need to respect and implement the two-phase agreements of the WICES. We have submitted proposals to add a paragraph at the beginning of the document. We believe also that it is extremely important to reaffirm the international law, the Charter of the United Nations, as an essential element for peacekeeping and for maintaining stability and promoting an open, secure, peaceful, and accessible internet. These are two concrete proposals for the beginning section. As regards the human rights section, we believe that this may have a more balanced approach in consistency with other agreements that have been achieved. So we propose, once again, to have another paragraph 8, and that would be paragraph 5 of the Declaration of Principles on Gender, and we have submitted a document relating to that topic. Basically, in addition to drawing attention to Article 29 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, we refer to the duties that individuals have in the context of human rights. We move that that paragraph be included as paragraph 8 bis. So as regards security, we believe that the section is incomplete. So as another paragraph 11 bis, we speak about the hostile use of communications that weaken the legal power of the states as an international law obligation. So we have submitted our proposals in this regard, and I'm going to speak later on. So we hope that you take into account these proposals in this document in order for the document to be a complete document that can easily lead to consensus, because I believe that so far it doesn't have those characteristics. Thank you.
We are back to the academic and technical community.
Thank you very much, Henriette. I'm Derek Cogburn from the Institute on Disability and Public Policy at American University. We are a network of 17 universities, mostly focused on Southeast Asia. And I have a suggestion for paragraph 6 under human rights that focuses on accessibility. It was unclear to me initially how explicitly the document wanted to make reference to other documents and conventions and so forth. So it seems as if there's an ongoing trend to include references to other documents, and if so, I would encourage an explicit reference in paragraph 6 to the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Most of you know the UN CRPD is seen as the first human rights treaty of the 21st century and one of the fastest growing treaties in history. It has over 158 signatories and 148 ratifications. So I would just encourage paragraph 6 to be more in line with the language of Article 9 of the CRPD, which focuses on accessibility both in the electronic environment but also in the physical environment. So I think the language on electronic and information accessibility could strengthen paragraph 6 in the outcome document.
Thanks very much. We actually did discuss that already, so it's good to get confirmation of that. Private sector.
Agora speak in Portuguese.
I'd like to greet the chairman and other members of the panel and all of you. My name is Alessandra Castro. I'm speaking on behalf of Sinditele Brazil, which is the agency that represents the telecom industry in Brazil, supporting internet access in our country. I'd like to greet the organization for a document from so many different contributions in such a short period of time. We'd like to suggest some minor but very important adjustments in the language of some paragraphs. First, paragraph number 5 regarding privacy. We would like to strengthen one issue that has been raised before regarding surveillance. We think it should be made clear that we're talking about surveillance on data collected or inserted by users in the internet and not metadata. Second, the issue regarding paragraph number 10, right after the expression network of networks, we should have based on best efforts delivered. Paragraph number 12, we would like to align ourselves with the previous speakers from the private sector who said that in this document there should be no mention to network neutrality. Let me clarify that in spite of the approval of the civil framework, there is a provision of a decree, a law, where several technical situations will be exemplified where the network will not treat equally the data packages that flow through it due to technical reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Jeremy.
Je m'appelle Jeremy Malcolm.
13 on an enabling environment for innovation and creativity, which, as your co-chair noted, generated the most comments of any paragraph due to the misconception that reference to permissionless innovation was about the use of creative content without permission. Now, of course, when we think of innovation, apart from scientists, we think of artists. And permissionless innovation is something that should be a familiar concept to artists because there is no permission required to write a song or a play or a novel. You just do it. And innovation on the internet should work the same way. Now, innovation is always subject to the rule of law. That goes without saying. I don't therefore think it's necessary to spell out all the legal limits to innovation that may exist, of which intellectual property rights are just one. Though if we were to add the words consistent with the other principles in this document, I don't see what harm that could do. That does, however, raise the secondary point of whether IP rights should be added to the list of human rights, as some have contended. Again, I don't see how that is necessary because the list of rights is already explicitly non-exclusive, and nothing that we agree at NETmundial can detract from what's already in the UDHR. So I would oppose adding a point on IP, but if one was added nevertheless, it would at the very least be necessary to qualify it to reflect the need to balance private IP rights with the broader public interest. Indeed, paragraph 27 of the UDHR itself balances IP rights with the right to participate in the cultural life of the community. So we should mention that, along with the rights to education, freedom of expression and information, and the right to privacy. I can send some particular text suggestions, but we do, as a starting point, we oppose the addition of a right to IP. So in conclusion, we do support the retention of permissionless innovation, and we believe that minimal, if any, changes are necessary to clarify that this is not intended to override intellectual property rights. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Before we start another round, let's open the floor to the remote hubs.
Okay, so we have a comment on text coming from the technical community in Hong Kong. And afterwards, we'll have a video interaction with Jakarta, Indonesia.
The comment from the technical community reads,
Jakarta.
Regarding paragraph 14 in the principles document and the issue that bottom-up should be identified as a separate point as mentioned in the summary of comments. I strongly believe that bottom-up should be a particular point on its own and distinguished from multi-stakeholder or inclusive. I would like to suggest combining paragraph 19 and 21 and split out bottom-up as a separate bullet point, perhaps to replace paragraph 21 as follows. Paragraph 19, inclusive, equitable, and collaborative. Internet governance institutions and processes should be inclusive and open to all interested stakeholders. Internet governance should be based on and encourage collaborative and cooperative approaches that reflect the inputs and interests of stakeholders. Paragraph 21, bottom-up. Internet governance policy development and implementation processes should be bottom-up, enabling the full involvement of all stakeholders, including issues, identification, prioritization, and decision-making in a way that does not disadvantage any category of stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have another comment from the remote?
Yes, we have a video interaction coming from the remote hub in Jakarta, Indonesia.
Okay. Jakarta. We from ID Config, civil society internet network from with a membership of about around 20 civil society organizations in Indonesia, we specifically would like to highlight paragraph 15, that multi-stakeholders are expected, we expect this to be more concrete, not only in spirit, but also to have reference so it can become a part of the decision-making process at the national level. Because in some of the practices that happen, including that, those in Indonesia, that the spirit of multi-stakeholder actually has already provided a symmetric opportunity for multi-stakeholders to be involved in the dialogue or on the debate about, in the debate about the internet governance. But what happens is that there is asymmetric capacity between or among multi-stakeholders, multiple stakeholders. And that, to encourage multi-stakeholders, it means not only limited in spirit, but also how we also have to ensure to have a symmetric capacity or ability among stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it's really been fantastic yesterday and today to see the input from the remote hubs. So I hope in our closing session, special attention will be given to that. We now go back to input from government.
Buenos días.
Good morning. My name is Gema Campillos. I am representing the government of Spain. First of all, I would like to congratulate the government of Brazil and all the participants in this conference, because in a short period of time, you have been able to prepare a document that is quite good, and I think that we may achieve great consensus in that respect. I have a comment on paragraph 12. It's related to the open and decentralized architecture of the Internet. In this paragraph, there is a sentence that all participants have understood as a reference to the network neutrality. Some other principles in the document make reference to the structure of the network, that it is open, that it is unique, that it should not be fragmented, that it is decentralized. So they are descriptive, and we all may agree on them. But the neutrality of the network is something more related to the value. The other principles in the document are quite consolidated. First of all, human rights that are described in international treaties, but the Internet neutrality is something that is not settled down. So it's difficult to reach a broad consensus on this principle, because this principle is being developed, is still being outlined in several regions around the world and in several countries. So if we are going to make a reference to this principle, we should find some language that is kind of abstract, general, so as not to set any prejudice on the ideas that are being said at different fora. Finally, we might draft a language, and instead of being equal, might say equitable.
It's been brought to my attention that the standing order in the government line doesn't correspond with the speaking order. So I'm just going to read the speaking order and then politely ask you if you could take this order in the queue. So we've just had Spain. Next we'll have Saudi Arabia, then South Korea, then Council of Europe. So if you could just stand in this order. Then France, then Morocco, then Kuwait, and then Iran. Okay, now we move.
والآن ننتقل.
There's no one lining up there. Private sector, please.
Hi, my name is James Singh. I'm from 21 Vietnam. 21 Vietnam is the largest data center in China. The first comment I want to make is on mass surveillance. There's no existing text in the document right now, which we can comment online, but I understand that some text has been drafted into this principle on mass surveillance. In respect to mass surveillance, as a drafting process, I'd like to make a comment that there, as a business community, there are many of us, let me clarify. There are many people within the business community that is unwilling participant to the mass surveillance that's been ongoing in the previous incident that we are aware of. And recognizing that, I not only support that there's certain safe harbor provisioning for the business community, that the businesses should also be protected from being coerced by their government or any other legal authorities into mass surveillance. The second comment I'd like to make is on the culture and linguistic promotion. I'm a disappointed that on such an important topic, there's only one sentence that talk about culture and linguistic rights or principles. I believe that there are more important capabilities that we need to be within that should be part of the principle, including the ability to write your own email, to put up your own web pages, and more importantly, closer to my heart, the ability to have your own names in domain names, in email addresses, in the language and script of your own culture. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that business. We now go back to civil society.
Ohayou gozaimasu. Bon dia. Just to follow up what our friend James said, yes, we'd like to mention our name in our own language. So my name is Izumi Aizu from Institute for Socioeconomics and also a member of the MAG and Internet Governance Caucus, best bits from the civil society. On paragraph 9, respect for cultural and linguistic diversity, I'd like to propose to add the following one sentence. Practical measures that address the needs of non-English speakers and those who do not speak the official UN languages should be implemented in the execution of all IG or internet governance institutions and activities. The reason is not only because I'm a Japanese. There are more than 100 or 200 million who speak Bahasa for Indonesia and Malaysia, Urdu, Punjabi, Bengali from the Indian continent or subcontinent, and many others with their own languages. I understand that we use, or there's no choice but to use English as a working language. But some measures like this one or other, I don't go to the details, but consideration should be really enforced using the technology, and that will help the internet governance institutions to have much more meaningful participation from non-English speakers, which I believe is the majority of the world population. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, civil society. And we back to government, and we're now calling on, according to my list, Saudi Arabia. If not, let's just move on to the next speaker, which is, I think, South Korea. Is South Korea here? Then we have South Korea. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Kyung Sung from the Ministry of Science, ICT, and Future Planning of South Korea. I echo the sentiment expressed by many participants here in appreciating the concise and comprehensive documents that EMC produced for this meeting. We sincerely hope that the discussion during this meeting produce a consensus document that will become the foundation for the future internet governance. In order to contribute to this process, the Republic of Korea would like to propose the following changes in the principles. The main objective in emphasizing the multi-stakeholder regime is to ensure that the rights of the affected parties are protected and the basic human rights are preserved. However, the statement that various stakeholders have respective roles has been challenged because of the possibility of enabling certain stakeholders to have more authority than others. We share the views of the government, such as Germany and France, in believing that governments, private companies, and the civil society all play important but different roles. Thus, in order to accommodate the concern by some that such a phrase would create a situation of inequality among the stakeholders, we propose including the phrase, taking measures to ensure meaningful and equal participation. One principle that we propose for the dealing with the varying roles is the concept of flexibility. We agree with the position of the government, Norway, which states that flexibility is inherent in multi-stakeholder region. That is, different issues will necessarily involve different stakeholders, and we are suggesting that we are taking a more flexible position in defining the democratic multi-stakeholder region. We appreciate the effort of everyone who have made this meeting possible. Thank you.
And next, we go back to academia and technical community.
I'm Prabir Purkasta from Free Software Movement of India. I'd like to really congratulate NETmundial organizers for this fantastic meeting that we are having, but also would like to bring out that if we look at what caused the meeting, the dragnet surveillance that came out, the fact they're what are called basically computer network exploitations, which are really equivalent of logic bombs on the internet, and what President Dilma talked about, none of these issues can really have been really satisfactorily addressed. And I suspect that one of the problems we have is if it is by consensus and equal footing, that we have the problem of how do you get a consensus, which is against the interest of certain parties. So I would so strongly suggest that in the roadmap we insert this issue about the WSIS agenda, the WSIS process, because that's something which has been continuing, and we shouldn't see this as a replacement, but a continuation of the WSIS process. This is, I think, something which will really address that all issues are not going to be addressed satisfactorily here, and we need to continue to discuss these issues further, and they affect all of us, both in terms of what we call about the human rights, but also the technical stability of the network that we are looking at. And the fact that one network can be used to attack another is something we need to address. The second point I would have is that I suggest wherever we talk of the multi-stakeholder model, either we use the word with roles and responsibilities defined, or we talk about a democratic multi-stakeholder model, and we leave this process further to discuss what constitutes the democratic multi-stakeholder model, in which essentially dissimilar powers that each stakeholder has to represent itself then can be addressed through this democratic multi-stakeholder model. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go to business, just remember it's very helpful if you mention the paragraph numbers that you are speaking to. So just to urge input people, and then we'll have business, civil society, and then we're going to go back to the remote hubs, if you are ready. Good. Business.
Thank you, Chair. From Cisco today, representing the business community and ICC basis. One of the things we talked about yesterday was trying to develop consensus by moving up to higher level principles. The issue that we've been talking a lot about, we've already heard about this morning, which is net neutrality. There's clearly no consensus. It means net neutrality means different things to different people in different countries. It's being implemented and addressed in different ways. There is no consensus. However, we believe that the end-to-end open internet does incorporate the key principles embedded in this very diverse discussion about net neutrality. For example, the discussion includes freedom of expression, competition, consumer choice, appropriate network management. These are all the concepts of the open internet, and they're all concepts that are often raised in the conversations about net neutrality. Therefore, we believe that discussing these important open internet principles in a venue such as the IGF is the appropriate way forward, as suggested by the chair. Given that there's no consensus on what the term means, we still have to have more discussion, but framing it as freedom of expression, as competition, consumer choice, appropriate network management in the context of the open internet, we think is the right way to go. I'm not sure what the going forward language process is, but once that's clear, we're happy to provide specific text to reflect these important principles of the open internet for the going forward conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Civil society.
Dobry Państwu. I am tempted to continue in my native Polish language after several comments we had heard today, but I will continue in English. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Michał Woźniak, and I'm from the Internet. I am representing the Free and Open Source Software Foundation from Poland. I too, like many before me, would like to stress the need for the outcome document to explicitly touch the issue of mass surveillance. I would also like to join the voices worried about possible internet fragmentation or balkanization. Building upon yesterday's comment from Argentina, I would like, however, to highlight that surveillance, fragmentation, disregard for open standards, and issues related to human rights are all often overlooked in the context of certain private services that have become de facto public infrastructures. Such walled gardens are dividing the open internet or the open web into a series of semi-darknets and need to be recognized as an issue of growing importance. The language of the document does not explicitly exclude such services from its scope. I do, however, feel that they are unfortunately being excluded or exempt implicitly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Remote hubs.
Okay, so we have now 2 comments coming from remote hubs. We'll start with a comment from the one in Brasilia.
Hub from Brasilia, from the academic sector. Topic 9, diversity, cultural and linguistic diversity. We suggest including the term local contents. This would be the final text. Internet governance must respect and promote culture, local contents, and linguistic diversity in all its forms. Rationale is incentive to introducing local contents, guarantees maintaining cultural expression and linguistic expressions, reinforcing local characteristics of our states.
Sorry, we have also a comment coming from India, Chennai.
This is a comment from India, from Chennai Hub, which reads, members of Internet Society of India Chennai present in the Hub and guests together would like to make a joint comment that differs from the views expressed by the Government of India. We express this view with ample respect for our government, but as stakeholders with our own point of view. We would like to emphasize that the future of Internet governance should be determined by multi-stakeholder deliberations and not by multilateral approach. We believe that this idea of multilateral governance for Internet should be dropped by government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there another comment? Can we move on? Now we have Council of Europe.
Thank you very much. Lee Hippon from the Council of Europe, an intergovernmental organization of 47 member states. I'd like to congratulate the Brazilian authorities on this, on the progressive nature of this event. I'd like to refer to the lady from civil society from India yesterday who started by talking about the video clip we saw yesterday morning, a video clip which talked about with ordinary people about my internet. And yesterday we spoke a lot about human rights as we're doing today. It seems to be the main focus. But I think we're missing the point. Internet users are not directly referred to in this document. The draft is much more directed to the usual stakeholder groups. So from the outset, I'd like to propose that we retitle the document to read Internet Governance Principles, Serving the Best Interests of Users, and to this end, to enrich the preamble with reference to users and the public interest. So I'd like to propose in the preamble references to Internet as a common global resource, which should be managed in the public interest, doing no transboundary harm to the Internet, users having a legitimate expectation that Internet services are accessible, secure, affordable, and ongoing, recognizing the Internet's role as a legacy for humanity and advancement of societies. And I would like to mention that the need for a reference to the other Internet governance principles which have already been adopted in different organizations. A second point regards the process principles. I would stress that not all actors are the same. Governments are more legally and politically accountable to protect human rights. And because human rights are the primary component of the principles, I would like to propose that the accountable principle includes a new second sentence which reads, in this connection, it's important to underline that governments have primary legal and political accountability for the protection of human rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Council of Europe. Academic Technical Community.
My name, Roberto Usal, U-Z-A-L, last name, from National University of San Luis, Argentina. My comment is about freedom and human rights, actual freedom and actual human rights in Internet ecosystems. A new era in the Internet history is coming. As always happens in all changing process, the classical human being resistant to change will have an important weight. Status quo trend must be managed. In order to contribute to new era in the Internet governance, I insist a new one and a starting era. The core problem of attribution must be completely solved. problem of attribution solution implies that, in the case of cyber felonies, organizations like United Nations of ITU must have the capability for identifying with effectiveness rates above 95% and with false positive rates less than 0.5%, zombie computers networks and the hidden command and control servers associated to each specific cyber felony. We have commented in this forum that Internet-needed controls can be executed without human rights violation. United Nations and ITU need the problem for the problem attribution real-time solution, technological support, institutional support, and political support. They are not easy goals to be accomplished, but we are not here to solve trivial inconvenience. Thank you very much for your patience. Please consider this contribution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Business.
Bom dia a todos e a todas.
Buen dia, good morning. Eduardo Paracho da Branet, Brazilian Association of Internet. I'd like to make 3 comments. Firstly, regarding safety, stability, and resilience of the network. Suggestion, we'd like to add in this paragraph that definitions be adopted on, as well as recommendations of best practices of the technical community like ITF and FIRST, among others, recognized as reliable sources for parameters and risk mitigation in the Internet. This is very important due to possible distortions that may take place with these parameters. Second comment, as regards paragraph 2 of openness and distribution of Internet net. We should substitute network for architecture and Internet. The principle refers to the architecture of Internet and not of communications, which is only a support. We should be very, very concise regarding the terms we use. Last comment as to neutrality. I'd like to call your attention that we need to keep a neutral Internet so that we can still be able to use the Internet as we know it today, as regards contents, rights to use, no filters, no degradation. So we need Internet to continue evolving. Thank you very much.
Civil society.
Voy a hablar en español. Mi nombre.
I'm going to speak in Spanish. I'm Erika Diarte and coming from Peru. In the last years, we have been observing how in many countries, the organizations of civil society and citizens as a whole have been struggling against some laws that might affect their freedom of expressions or access to the network, laws that come from intellectual property rights, security, intelligence agencies, or the national defense area in some countries. So it is important to have a principle of no censorship at all, to develop standards and to develop laws at global and national level, but without affecting the human rights that are already vested. So at this time, in order to block the empowerment of citizens, governments and private entities as well, prevent access to network, prevent access to applications, prevent access to Twitter, YouTube, to the network. And in some countries, we may reverse this phenomenon because of the fight of the citizens. But in some countries, no power has been given to the citizens. So from other countries, we have to empower those citizens and to prevent censorship in those countries.
Before we move to France, can we have input from remote hubs?
Yes, we have a text comment coming from Canada, followed by a video interaction from Lebanon.
This is a comment from Civil Society Community Informatics Network. We would like to repeat Nena's Wekema's steering call to include social justice along with human rights as a fundamental element of Internet principles. Thank you.
Now we have video interaction from Lebanon. You're good to go. Speak. We will have to skip that, and we will introduce Lebanon next. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that. We'll get back to the UN office in Beirut. France.
David Martinon.
I'm David Martinon from France. I would like to say three things. Firstly, I would like to comment on copyright and intellectual property rights. We posted an amendment because we believe that we cannot have creation when creators cannot live off what they do. We could, of course, in the spirit of commitment, accept a text which refers to statement number 27, that is the section of human rights that interests us as large as possible, of course. And then we wrote something on the need to fight against the theft of online works. We would also compromise by proposing that the following sentence be added at the end of the list of fundamental rights.
Be ensured through a full and genuine cooperation between all stakeholders. Ayant dit ceci,
having said this, we could not support the mention of stakeholders who are particular cases. This has to be a general edition, and we find it hard and unfair to have a single category of stakeholders.
on this matter. Troisièmement, sur la sécurité,
Thirdly, on the neutrality of the net, I think regardless of the final text and of the final proposals that we make, we hold it dear in our hearts that at least in this text it should be said that network access should be fair and non-discriminatory. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Franz. Technical academic community.
This is Xiaodong Li from China Internet Network Information Center, the .cn registry. I want to express my thanks to Brazil government to host this wonderful meeting, even it is over 30 hours journey from Beijing to here. And also thanks the team in the stage for your hard work to draft this wonderful document. It's a good job. So as a technical community member, I try to give my 2 comments technically to make this draft perfect. So first one is, it's nice to put human right here and respect harder here. But I want to emphasize all rights need to be followed the national laws. Otherwise, it will make big conflict between offline and online activities. In the paragraph 2, right that people have offline must also be protected online. I strongly suggest to change it to be the right that people have and the law that people followed offline must also be protected and followed online. The second comment, we have over 4 billion people are not online. Most of them are in developing countries. And also the internet users, over 1/3, are in developing countries, which have very different culture and developing status. We need to respect their cultural diversity, especially the sovereign right of states. They have the right to develop their own policy for critical infrastructures and resources to reflect their national requirement. If we have a principle for all countries, I strongly encourage you to reflect this in or before paragraph 9, culture and linguistic diversity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Business.
Thank you very much. My name is David Ferris, and I'm a representative from the creative industries. First, I would like to thank the Brazilian government, CGI, and all of the organizers for organizing this event here in São Paulo this week, and thank them for their kind hospitality. Now regarding substance, I would like to raise 2 points. I would like to follow up on the statement made by the Motion Picture Association yesterday, and I would like to highlight the remarks that were just made by the French government and follow up on those. We appreciate that in the summary from this morning after the drafting session last night, that there is agreement that there needs to be some sort of reference to intellectual property in the section on human rights and shared values. In that regard, we understand that there might be a reference to authors' rights, but in order to cover the entire panoply of creators, we believe the rights of the word creators, so authors and creators, should be in that text as well. Regarding permissionless innovation, we also greatly appreciate that there's a recognition that there needs to be clarity about what exactly that phrase means. We could, if that text remains in the document, we could support the reference to rule of law after it as a condition, or a statement that references that it is conditioned on the application of the principles within the document. And on both of these points, we would like to thank civil society, as stated by Jeremy Malcolm, for their flexibility in addressing these 2 points. So thank you very much.
Thanks very much, business. Civil society.
My name is Dr. Lauren Ekpe. I'm a medical woman and an ophthalmologist. I want to talk on Internet governance principle, paragraph 6. I would like it to read this way. Persons with disabilities should enjoy full access and involvement in decision-making process to online resources and on an equal basis with others. Because I think it's an oversight that we did not consider that people with disability should be involved in the process of NETmundial. And imagine being a deaf and dumb in this room. I don't know how I will be able to follow the proceedings. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Remote hubs.
Now we have a comment from the remote hub in Brasilia, followed by a second attempt at a video interaction with Lebanon.
Hub Brasília. Hub, Brazil Academia. Topic 12, open architecture and distributed. We suggest incorporation of and complete absence of differentiation to preserve its neutrality and impartiality after open architecture. Rationale. The principle, distributed and open architecture, has to do with a neutral proposal regarding flows of information. And this is due to the fact that, in spite of the importance of network neutrality at the physical layer, the lack of a principle of neutrality that is wide-encompassing, including the logic system of the Internet ecosystem, authors, compilers, example Google, is key for an equanimous network. In spite of a technical differentiation, technical treatment of all protocols and data, this is not enough, because there may be a differentiation in services, premium, for example, commercial integration of physical and logical levels, or political. Second, the absence of mentioning an open architecture contemplating neutrality of the ecosystem makes it impossible to ensure other principles, among them A, human rights, freedom of expression, and privacy. B, the assurance of an environment for innovation and creativity. The most important feature for producing a leveled play field for any actor in the Internet from the equanimous treatment of innovators and contents. It is an environment that has partnerships between ISPs and the physical level and logic. But this does not disable the ends of the network. So the network needs the authorization or the sponsorship of managers of the ecosystem to be known. Agora,
Good morning, everybody. This is Ayman Sherbini, Chief ICT Policies at the United Nations ESCWA, Regional Commission, the UN Secretariat for West Asia and Arab countries. First of all, I'd like to emphasize the fact that ESCWA has been playing a major role in the WSIS process and WSIS 10 and the CSTD process, also in the internet governance at large, the IGF, and has played an instrumental role in establishing the Arab Internet Governance Forum, the Arab IGF. We are also participating in the enhanced cooperation. We'd like to work on bridging any gap between the two processes where both are enshrined in the WSIS agenda. Also, the community in the Arab region is actively working now in the IANA transition dialogue, also the NETmundial and the Global IGF 2014. So our position on the model, we believe that the envisaged model for internet governance in the future should separate between policy making and operations. It has to be stable, maintain stable, resilient, and unfragmented internet, and respect the respective roles of stakeholders. The model has to be contextualized under the framework of the WSIS and the newly SDGs, which is the successor of the MDG processes. What we are aspiring to is convergence between processes. I mean, there is the NETmundial process now ongoing, the IGFs, the regional IGFs, CSTDs, and many things, enhanced cooperation and others. We would like to see, if not convergence, at least in proper interfacing between these processes. Dialogue should meet outputs. So there should not be such fragmentation between output-based and non-output-based processes. We think that governments need to be attracted more. There is an issue when we figure out the number of governments who have participated in the IGF. As Yuvan said yesterday, 54 countries only participated in IGF in the last 14 years. Also, if we see the comments in the document of the NETmundial, 11% only from governments comment. So there seems to be a need for attracting them. The UN and regional commissions can help bridge these gaps and attract more governmental stakeholders to the process. And we think that there should be more time dedicated to this excellent work of the document. But the 1 week, the 14 hours, and the 2 days are not enough if a document seeks global public support. So we need more time for that. And end of the day, the roadmap should be time-bound, objective, action-oriented, and clearly defines respective roles in a clear fashion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And Beirut, if you were in the room, you would be very happy to see that the longest queue is the government queue. So excellent participation from government. Civil society.
Hi, Gabrielle Guima, Article 19. I'm speaking on behalf of over 100 organizations from around the world, and I'd like to raise 3 issues. First, I'd like to support Malcolm Hutty's text on intermediary liability that was read out to you yesterday for the reasons he gave, namely that it's been widely accepted by a number of international bodies, the UN Special Rapporteurs in particular. The text reads as follows. In order to ensure that these rights are available in practice, it is essential that internet intermediaries are protected from liability for the actions of their users. Secondly, I'd like to read out to you the statement from civil society in relation to net neutrality, which reads as follows. We'd like to see a separate item referring to the principle of net neutrality. In addition, we suggest this principle should be reinforced in paragraphs 10 and 23 with the changes as follows. Paragraph 10. Internet should be a globally coherent, interconnected, stable, unfragmented, scalable, and accessible network of networks based on a common set of unique identifiers and that allows the free, non-discriminatory flow of data packets or information. Paragraph 23, accessibility and low barriers. Internet governance should promote universal, equal opportunity, affordable, and high-quality internet access in accordance with the principle of net neutrality so it can be an effective tool for enabling human development and social inclusion. There should be no barriers to entry for new users. Finally, I'd like to read out civil society's statement on open standards. Can you give it to me?
Quickly, it's just running out of time.
Which reads as follows. Internet governance should promote the use and production of free and open source software and open public standards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Morocco.
Good morning. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. My name is Lahussein Rahmounia from Morocco, and I'm presently working at the UN and the International Organizations Department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Particularly working on international initiatives. And it is from this perspective that I would like to address this meeting. We see NETmundial as a process, having carefully followed the discussions since yesterday, as a global initiative that will provide substantial contribution to existing multilateral efforts for internet governance. We do have a lot of expectations that NETmundial would produce a document that would positively reflect this. The document compiled is a good one, and the discussions that revolved around this document are even better. It's an indication that the participatory approach and the inclusive work undertaken by NETmundial is an excellent one. Ladies and gentlemen, the ingredients of success, if we add the outstanding turnout of participants, are united, and the track pursued is the right track. For this, I would like to commend the outstanding efforts of the Brazilian government and pay special tribute to the organizing committee. I have a couple of comments. The first is on the multilateral, multi-stakeholder processes and the interactive debate going on here in this room. The second is simply a question, where do we go from now? I would like to note that it's an interactive process. There are no ready-made speeches, and this is a good thing. And recalling what Ambassador Fellow said yesterday, it's on the existing relationship between the multi-stakeholder approach and the multilateral approach. I think we would like to underline that they are not mutually exclusive, but rather complementary. I don't have much time, so I might just as well stop here, and I hope I will have the opportunity to talk once more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Technical academic community.
Hola, soy Lito Ibarra.
Hi, I'm Lito Ibarra from El Salvador, the entity managing the .sv. I'm a member of LACNIC. I would like to thank the organizing and the hosts and the members of the various committees. As part of the technical community, we fully agree with the text of the document regarding human rights online and offline. So we would like to make explicit reference to the internet infrastructure. I have a suggestion for paragraph 2, and I will read it in English just before the human rights are listed.
Internet governance principles should recognize the enabled power of Internet for the realizations of human rights. At the same time, principles should protect the Internet's critical infrastructure and necessary actors from undue interference or actions that could diminish people's ability to enjoy human rights in its civil, political, economic, social, and cultural dimensions. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Business.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Roberto Maier. I am Vice President at ACESPRO, which is the Brazilian Federation of IT Companies Associations. We currently run the presidency of ALETI, which is the Ibero-American Federation of IT Associations, covering Spain, Portugal, and all Spanish-speaking countries in Latin America, and are also members of WITSA Board, which is the World Federation of IT Associations. In all, we support the principal sections, but we like to contribute with a few points. The first one, regarding the first section, we suggest that this section should be renamed to the title Human Rights and Shared Values. Along with support for the human rights noted, we believe that development is critically important if we are to achieve, as all stakeholders, the delivery of affordable and useful access, in particular to those not yet connected. We do believe this should be a shared value for NETmundial participants. Our next comment is about paragraph 10, unified and unfragmented space. Additional connectivity, in particular for developing countries, is a high priority. In all developing countries, this interest and concern bridges all stakeholders, government, civil society, NGOs, technical community, and business. So we suggest that the words increasingly available are inserted before globally and to add the word interoperably. We understand that this does not change the intent of paragraph 10, but strengthens the recognition that the Internet and the World Wide Web have yet more citizens to reach and serve. In regards to paragraph 15, we took note about various comments regarding the Tunis agenda offered by some speakers. We know that it is extremely important to find a way to be as inclusive as possible, so we prefer the present language in paragraphs 15 and 16. Thank you.
Thank you, business. Civil society.
Thank you. My name is Stuart Hamilton. I'm speaking on behalf of the International Federation of Library Associations and Institutions, or IFLA, the global voice of libraries. IFLA represents the interests of around 330,000 public libraries, over 100,000 school libraries, and thousands of academic, university, research, and national libraries. Libraries are concerned with access to information, and they are concerned with access to knowledge for all, regardless of their circumstances. In the context of this meeting, we are concerned with access to the Internet, as it is through access to the Internet that people can find the information they need to improve their lives. Access to the Internet supports access to information, and access to information supports development. With 2/3 of the world's population not yet online, we believe that public access to the Internet plays a huge role in bridging the digital divide. Public access to the Internet, through libraries, telecentres, or community access points, should be recognised in the Internet governance principles. Millions of people every day rely upon public access to go online. In light of this, and in a connection with Colombia's comments yesterday, we therefore support the suggested amendments to paragraph 23 to include reference to public access. As libraries are also interested in balanced and equitable copyright frameworks, we would oppose any suggested text on cooperation efforts, as in case it is used to undermine the rights, process and freedom of expression as it has been done in the ACTA and TPP agreement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And next I call on Kuwait, and then Iran will be after Kuwait, and then we have completed yesterday's list for governments.
Thank you. Qusay Al-Shatti, the Central Agency for Information Technology, State of Kuwait. First, we would like to thank the government of Brazil, CGI.br, and the ICANN for all the effort made for the successful organization of the NETmundial conference. With regard of the principles part of the outcome document, we have the following comments. We would like to see a reference in the beginning of the principles section to the outcomes of the WSIS, the Geneva Declaration of Principles, and the Tunis Agenda that initiated the internet governance on a global level. Net neutrality does not have a direct reference in the principles part of the outcome document. There are headings related to open and distributed architectures and open standards, but that does not necessarily ensure net neutrality. Many things in the internet do not have a definition, but we know what it means. So we do not need to eliminate it, but rather include it and work on its definition. Net neutrality is an aspect which guarantees that creativity and innovation do not have barriers or limits and ensure that there are always new players in the internet. Therefore, we suggest that the heading of open standards, paragraph 25 of the outcome document, to be modified to open standards and net neutrality. We further suggest modifying the last sentence under the same heading and paragraph to be standards must preserve net neutrality, be consistent with the human rights, and allow development and innovation. We further believe that while we are talking about the principles of internet governance, we should also reference a definition for internet governance. We should also reference a definition for internet governance to relate to the proposed list of principles. In this respect, we would like to see in the principles part of the outcome document a reference to the only working definition of internet governance, that is paragraph 34 of the Tunis Agenda, that the development and application of governments, the private sector, and civil society in their respective roles of share the principles, norms, rules, decision-making, procedures, and programs that shape the evolution and the use of the internet. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Qusay. Technical academic.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Xian Tang from China Network Information Center and the Internet Research Center. I have three specific comments. For the first one, Regarding to paragraph 5, we strongly agree that netizens' privacy right should be respected by every nation and be protected under national and international law. Meanwhile, we also believe that we should build up a common and stronger technical standard to protect the user information against unlawful collection internationally. So, regarding to paragraph 9, culture and linguistic diversity, we strongly believe that this principle should not only call for protecting the minority culture, but also more actively promote the local content. This needs the joint effort of various stakeholders, especially international organizations and the local authorities. In the meantime, we believe the first-star organizations like ICANN, ISOC, should devote more efforts in promoting the diversity in a technical way, such as promotion of internationalized domain names, and in a way such as improving the language support for non-English speaking countries like China, which have more than 600 million users. So regarding to paragraph 19, we support the idea that the internet governance should be inclusive and open to all stakeholders. Meanwhile, we also believe that the specific internet governance tasks should be coordinated and balanced in a more systematic way with different responsibilities to different stakeholders to enhance the efficiency of the global internet governance. Thank you.
Thank you. Business.
Hi, my name is Lorenzo Pupillo. I'm talking on behalf of Telecom Italia Group, Telecom Italia in Italy and Team Brazil in Brazil. First of all, I would like to congratulate the Brazilian government for this, all the organizers of this great event. And I think the best measure of the success of this event is the high level of participation, here and also remotely. What I would like to do briefly is to support, bring additional evidence to the need that has been mentioned before to move the mentioning of net neutrality to a better place for this, like the IGF, for instance, for this, for the very divisive and complex nature of this issue. If we look at paragraph 12, for instance, if we look at the phrasing equal technical treatment of all protocol data, at least we should say this is a questionable phrasing, because from one side, protocol are law, they need to be obliged, and to some extent cannot be treated. But I think this most important for me is that this phrasing, to some extent, reveal a mistake that sometimes, you know, public policy maker, many people made when they think about internet. In other words, they look at the future of internet with the eye of the past. If, like, you know, there was like a golden age of the internet that will never change. Instead, we know that internet today is a totally different reality than what was in the 90s. So it's important to keep this in mind. Also because in the high-tech industry, we have not only the Moore's law, but we have learned there is the law of unintended consequences. If we are too prescriptive on this matter, we risk to screw up everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Civil society.
Thank you, Chair. I am Satish Babu from ICANN's at Large, the Computer Society of India, and the International Center for Free and Open Source Software. At the outset, I'd like to congratulate the people, government, and President of Brazil for providing a spontaneous global rallying point in the form of NETmundial, for signing into law of Marco Civil, and for the hospitality here. My submission is mostly regarding para 25 open standards. First, open standards for the internet is necessary but not sufficient. Given that all internet access is intermediated by software, it is important when calling for a free and open internet to ensure that software used on the internet respects this freedom and openness. Free and open source software provides inalienable rights and freedoms to internet users and ensures that communities of users can create, study, audit, extend, and localize software that they use to access the internet. FOSS is software by the community, of the community, and for the community. Second, the internet is now poised to add the next 2 billion users. As compared to the first billion, The new users will be poorer, from more isolated geographies, from non-mainstream cultures, from linguistic and other minorities, may be differently abled, and may consist of more women. They will need to use new kinds of access devices that are cheaper, that speak their language. FOSS can enable such software through community action. Third, with the coming of the Internet of Things, many users of the Internet would not even be human beings, but devices, appliances, and sensors. They may be all around us in our homes, offices, cars, public places, on our bodies, and inside of our bodies. We need software for these devices that guarantee that we are not spied upon and our privacy is respected. In the past, FOSS communities have been working on threadbare budgets, driven largely by their own motivation, and it's important that we support these initiatives, both financially and otherwise. On a slightly different note, I'd also like to caution against attempt to inject the language of intellectual property into this discourse, which impedes the free flow of data. In closing, mere open standards will not give us the internet that is secure, accountable, free, open, and without backdoors. For this ideal, FOSS should be an essential ingredient of the Internet governance framework. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Remote Hub standing by?
So we have a text comment coming from the technical community in Nigeria, and afterwards we will have video interaction with the Remote Participation Hub in Bhimavaram town, India.
This is a comment from the technical community, and it reads, I think relating specific roles to multi-stakeholder should not be encouraged in the statement. So I propose edit of paragraph 15 as thus. With the full participation of governments, the private sector, civil society, the technical community, academia, and the entire Internet users. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next one?
Hello. You have to tell. Can you hear? Hello. Good evening. Good evening, everybody. This is Bhimavaram town hub. And I want to have an open question. All participants. The work standards should we have a common platform?
I think this is too hard to hear. Could you perhaps ask them to send it in text form and you can read it later? We're very sorry, but we really couldn't hear you. The facilitators will communicate with you. Okay, next we have Iran.
Good morning to everybody. I hope you are well. Madam Chairman, distinguished colleagues, something that we have to, or one thing that we have to affirm at this meeting is the multi-stakeholder approach. However, within that approach, there are constituencies and components of that approach which has been listed but yet to be clarified. Above that, we need to know the right of each of those components and constituencies. Something which has been worked very hard during the WSRS was putting a sentence saying that according to their role and responsibilities. That is key elements. Madam Chairman, you said that the queue of the government is longer than any other. Yes, because government normally representing the public. So therefore, they are longer and their role should be respected, and also there should be an equal treatment of government and others. This is an important element that we have to address. Madam Chairman, with respect to the security, stability, and resilience, it is a very short paragraph. It should be expanded. I sent a message today and last night to Mr. Benedicto and to Santos and proposed a text to that according to what we have in our document, that we need to address that properly, indicating in particular that any harm of any kind, deliberate, undeliberate, technical and non-technical, must be avoided to the network. That is very, very important element that we have to mention. Then, with respect to issues of accountability, yesterday reference was made several times that there is a need to separate between the policy making and policy implementing, and also the policy itself. Currently, they are mixed them up. If you go to one organization, I don't want to name, they do everything themselves. They are accountable to themselves. It is not correct. we should be accountable to another entity, and that entity is the one who makes the policy. Madam Chairman, I had a few other things, but yeah, the modality of the implementation of bottom-up approach is not mentioned and is not clarified, and we have to clarify that.
Thank you. Ask you to conclude. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 10 o'clock. We have a hard stop at 10:30, and it's obvious that we're not able to go through the long queues we still have. Yesterday, we had the option of giving you a slot in today's queue, and we don't have that option anymore. So either we go on at the speed, 2-minute speed, or as our Brazilian hosts have urged us to give everybody the chance to speak. The other option would be to give you the chance to send us a tweet, be extremely short, and in that way we may be able to go through the list. So may I ask you to focus whatever you try to say into tweetable language, that you have a very, very short statement, that you really give in a nutshell, the essence of what you would like to say. And please, in consideration for the others, so that we can go through the list of those who are queuing up. And the list is closed, yes. Please, no new people to the queue. With that, can we go to the academic queue and ask for a tweet from there?
And also, just can we ask the organizers to adjust our clock to 1 minute instead of 2?
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Bom dia, meu nome é Francis Augusto Medeiros, eu sou pesquisador do
Francis Augusto Medeiros. The document, we believe, it really represents what we think. However, the jurisdiction is below what we wanted. We believe that the issues relative to jurisdictions, immunity of resources, which are of global interest in the internet, are not sufficiently protected. We have insisted in the last 2 years.
Conclude really quick.
I will conclude very quickly. We believe that in the paragraph 40 of section 4 should be moved to the previous section because it has to do with an urgent matter. We have to balance national interest with law enforcement.
A challenge. Tim Conway from Australia, representing the WITSA. I just want to address paragraphs 12 and 23 in the context of network neutrality. The short answer is, as Bob Pepper said earlier, this is an area where there's no consensus, and I don't think you should try and make the document at this stage more complex by trying to address it. It can be referenced elsewhere. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Civil society.
I am Oksana Prihodka, Ukraine, European Media Platform, Ural at large I can. I would like to talk on need to protect multi-stakeholder model itself. What I propose to do, to add to the paragraph 41 proposition to elaborate memorandum of intentions, which has to be opened for signing for all participants of any multi-stakeholder process. If any participant declares if declared intentions differ from real ones, or if this participant misrepresents its stakeholder respective roles, these attempts to be at least marked as dangerous.
Thanks. Government.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Dabouz. I am from the Post and ICT Ministry of Algeria, and I am the government representative. First of all, I would congratulate the government of Brazil for his initiative and hosting this important and successful event. I thank him also for the invitation addressed to us to participate in this nice city. There is no doubt that many efforts were provided to generate the outcome document we have had on hands. And for this, I congratulate the groups and all the teams who have contributed to put it in that form. Obviously, for us, it contains many principles or actions that we share globally, but they still need to be worked for reaching the minimum level required for visibility in the actions and better understanding of concepts or mechanism foreseen for implementation at the national or global levels?
Algeria, I'm really sorry, but your time is up. Because we've reduced the time, I apologize, but that's the only way we can be more inclusive. So I'm afraid we have to move on.
I have not spoken before.
I think we can accept written texts. I think people who have prepared texts, such as yourself, please feel free to give it to us, and then we can consider it in the next phase.
Thank you.
So thank you very much. Next, we have academic technical.
Oh, thank you. I just want to second what the gentleman said about the IoT, the Internet of Things, which brings us the horrific aspect of miniaturized spying machines. And to this end, I'd like to recommend that we strengthen the paragraph 5, the privacy, to include something along the lines of, at the end of what's already there, popular freedom from mass surveillance must be guaranteed, or popular freedom from mass surveillance must be realized, something to that end. Thank you very much. Muito obrigado.
Thanks very much. Business.
Bom dia a todos. Meu nome é Janilson. Estou falando em nome da.
Good morning. I'm talking on behalf of ACEL, which is the Mobile Operators of Brazil. Some brief comments. Paragraph 13, we suggest the introduction of the expression sustainability, changing the title. Change the title from enabling. Well, this title we also would like to have introduced free trade and full competition.
Valeria Betancourt, de la Asociación para el Progreso de las Comunicaciones.
I'm Valeria Betancourt, and I'm speaking on behalf of a large group. We have an alternative formulation to develop to strengthen development in paragraph 8, and I will send it in text. In paragraph 2, we may say that human rights are the fundamentals for the governance of the Internet, and that this includes the use of Internet to promote peace and avoid war. For paragraph 15, we propose to eliminate the portion related to roles and responsibilities.
The text capturers managed to capture that. Government.
Thank you. Helga Mühling from Austria. We welcome efforts to reach consensus building on existing human rights, such as Article 12 or Article 27 of the Universal Declaration. They are both innovation-friendly. Regarding paragraph 12, we would be in favor to have an explicit reference to net neutrality, but we could also support the German proposal from yesterday. We do also support the first sentence of paragraph 35, but please delete the rest of the article. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Technical, academic, we don't, so we're going straight to business.
Juan Jung, de ACIET, Asociación Iberoamericana de Empresas de Telecomunicaciones. Nos gustaría contribuir.
Inter-American Association of Communications. We have something related to paragraph 12. We should not include net neutrality here because it's not an issue of consensus and is being discussed around the world right now. So this reflection should include things like interoperability of the cloud computing and the portability and protection of personal data. So there should be further discussion at the IGF so as to reach a consensus position. Thank you.
Civil society.
Meu nome é João Carlos Caribé, eu sou do Movimento Mega.
Movement Mega, that's big, with more than 100 groups in the world. I don't understand the position of telecommunications. They only make money 4 more times than us to send the money to Europe. This wrong vision of a telecommunication company is see internet only as a business arena, and it will kill the hen of the golden eggs and the business sector.
Government of Brazil. We believe that internet governance processes should be multi-stakeholder, multilateral, open and democratic. Multi-stakeholder and multilateral are non-contradictory principles. In paragraph 5 concerning privacy, we believe that not only the collection but also the treatment and use of data should be mentioned. Paragraph 11, security, stability and resilience should not stand in the way of innovation and improvements to the current status quo. And in paragraph 13, we believe that intellectual property rights should not be mentioned. Thank you.
Can you just state which government you are from? We didn't capture that.
The government of Brazil.
Government of Brazil. Good. Next we have the business. Is that yes, I think technical, the speakers list was closed, I'm afraid. So we're not taking any new speakers. So business.
Eu sou Basílio Pérez, sou
Presidente da BRINC, Society of Small Operator Providers in Brazil, some 4,000 companies, totally in favor of neutrality in the network and of an accountability of the network. We shouldn't take care of actions of users or whatever is happening in the networks.
We closed the lists, the queues on the floor. So a few minutes ago, we made it clear that no one new should come and line up at the mics. And at that point, there was no one at the technical academic community mic, and that's why we're following the sequence that we are. Civil society.
Okay, this is on the lack of consensus on net neutrality. Yes, it's true. Net neutrality is a hack that was put on top after the United States put 9,000 ISPs out of business in 2004 by vertically integrating. What we want to do is not export the US model, which unfortunately the Information Society Project is geared towards fostering. And we want to specifically mention in the enabling environment clause here, competitive access to the physical layer is conducive to all of the advantages of an open and neutral network.
Government.
Thank you. My name is Bjorn Svenningsen. I represent the government of Norway. 3 short points. One, I would like to remind some of the participants that the documents we will agree on here are not legally binding documents. They are principles, important principles though, but representing important steps. Point 2, it's a good document, what we have in front of us. There will always be language some of us would like to delete, but it's a good one. I would therefore be cautious to introduce new language at this point, new language on privacy and surveillance, for example. If introduced, should be consistent with already agreed language in the UN resolution. Thank you.
Thanks for that very useful reminder, Norway. Business.
Good morning, and thank you. Ross Schulman with the Computer and Communications Industry Association in Washington, D.C. I want to, CCIA, very much we believe in innovation and the right to free expression online, and for that reason I want to associate myself with 2 comments that were made earlier yesterday by Mr. Hutty. The importance of limiting intermediary liability cannot be overstated for improving free expression and innovation online. And then also I want to associate myself with the comments of Bob Pepper earlier today about net neutrality and the possibility of maybe sending that to the IGF or something. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Civil society.
Multi-stakeholderism is mentioned on many paragraphs on the document. Its thorough and universally acceptable definition must be stated. Vague multi-stakeholderism can and has been used as a convenient camouflage to drive dangerous conflicts of interest. Internet principles and a roadmap must address participation comprehensively and exhaustively. Participation in the sense of diversity, sustainability, equitable voice, shared responsibility, and authority. Anything short of this would be a facade on fairness and natural justice. Yesterday, Russia highlighted the dangers of systems that discarded input from certain stakeholders. Everything must be stated. Finally, NETmundial has shown that internet governance will be...
Cut. Sorry. Please, if you feel something has been said before or covered comprehensively, then there's really no need to state it again. We're back to the government list.
American Ambassador Daniel Sepulveda, 3 points. 1, use the operative paragraph language, paragraph 4C in the UN General Assembly resolution from last fall to deal with surveillance issues. 2, respect the rights of all creators, not just authors. 3, move the net neutrality debate and discussion to the IGF later this year. There's still an immense amount to discuss about proper definitions and proper application of the concept. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Business. Are they finished? Business is closed. Civil society.
Leon Sanchez. With regards to paragraph 22, I would like to add a call upon governments in order to have them open all multilateral negotiations, whether commercial or not, that inciting public policy that impacts the internet, so that there's the chance to receive wide input from all stakeholders on an equal footing environment, because governments cannot continue to create public policy without considering and keeping public interest in mind. And also that paragraph 13 should be drafted within the frame of Article 27 to consider both creators and users in a safety environment.
That's it. Government?
Olga Cavalli, Government of Argentina. Additions to paragraph 11 about security and stability. Promote awareness related to critical information infrastructure based on international standards and best practices. Adequate measures of information security shall be taken about treatment of personal data in order to prevent undue access, misuse, or non-authorized publication against laws of either accidental or unlawful adulteration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're going to take a comment from a remote hub.
So we have a text comment coming from the Internet Society India Chennai hub, and also a video interaction from Jakarta.
This is a comment on outcome document. Principle of Internet governance, paragraph 13, enable environment for innovation and creativity. At the India Chennai hub, we are of the opinion, with the exception of one participant, that permissionless environment is an essential element of the Internet ecosystem, and that permissionless environment provides a level playing field for every nation, small and big businesses from every part of the world, and from individual entrepreneurs from around the world. We oppose the adverse suggestions expressed predominantly by intellectual property proponents, and we wish to echo the views expressed by Ben Cerf, Tim Berners-Lee, and Harit Arko, and several other participants from other stakeholder groups. That permissionless
Thank you. The 30 seconds are up. We got the message. Thank you.
Must be preserved.
I'm afraid we have to also shorten the remote hubs. We're giving people in the room only 30 seconds, so I'm afraid we can only give them 30 seconds as well. I suggest we leave the video for later. We've nearly closed the floor, so I think that would work better. So I'm now going back to civil society, government, civil society. I think we have just two people. Go ahead.
Gunilla Asbrink, Internet Society of Australia. As Nana said in her opening speech, there are 1 billion people living with disability, and 80% are in developing countries. Combined with poverty and cultural attitudes to disability, people living with disabilities are doubly disadvantaged. That can change. A deaf-blind woman was part of a workshop at the Australian IGF last year and showed how technology enabled her to communicate. I congratulate the NETmundial organisers for making an accessible website according to W3C guidelines. Websites can be user-friendly, attractive and accessible. This is a model for others to follow. Therefore, I suggest that the current wording in paragraph 6 remain as is. Thank you.
Thank you. Government.
My name is Carl. I come from the internet, but I represent the Swedish government. We support the previous speakers who commend this initiative and those who have called for the better alignment of the text with existing and international human rights standards. Sweden believes there is a need for clear principles and adherence to the rule of law regarding surveillance. Such principles were stated by our Foreign Minister Carl Bildt yesterday. Therefore, we believe more action-oriented language reflecting the Brazilian-German resolution on the right to privacy in the digital age, adopted by consensus by the UN General Assembly, should be used in para 5 of the human rights section.
Thank you very much. And now we can go to the video from the remote hub as our last input on principles.
Okay, so now we have a video from Jakarta.
Jakarta. Okay, go straight away. We're Indonesia CSO Network for Internet Governance, ID config. We'd like to underline again the importance of a coherent strategy agreed by all stakeholders that accurately reflects public priorities. By public, we mean citizens of the world, the very users of Internet. In this context, the value of the web should be considered in a more forward-looking fashion to ensure that Internet governance, particularly at national level, is designed and regulated with main objectives of fostering economic growth, freedom of speech, protection of privacy, and cybersecurity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you everyone for your input. I'm handing over to my co-chair to explain the next steps.
Well, thank you, Ariette, and thank you all for your discipline. It was very much appreciated, and that we had very long lists to go through. All in all, we had 60 speakers, and that was not a mean undertaking. And I was particularly encouraged by governments playing the game so well and also sticking at the end of the session to the 30 minutes. We also had many useful reminders that, as always in the case of when putting together a document, it is helpful to stick to agreed language, especially when it comes to controversial issues. And we will revisit the document in this light and wherever possible use agreed language. We also heard that many participants, also governments, would like to include more and more, but we are not going to rewrite the outcome of the World Summit on the Information Society. That is there. We're trying to build on that, and we have also moved on since 2005. The concepts contained in Tunis and in Geneva in 2003 are still valid, but we are not going to repeat all of them. I mean, and as we said yesterday, this is an outcome document, and we hope that participants will find it acceptable and take it home with them, but it is not a legally binding text. That was also pointed out by some of the speakers, and it doesn't bind anyone, but it will go forward and it will go to other meetings. The next meeting on the list will be the Internet Governance Forum meeting in Istanbul, and that can be, some of the concepts can be revisited, and some of the issues may be revisited in Istanbul. This is obviously not a fully comprehensive document, but again, as I said yesterday, it is not perfect, but I think it is good enough, and good enough is sometimes good enough. And with that, I think I conclude this session. I think our task is not over yet. We will withdraw after this session and going to put the final document together as regards the principles section. We will be in the same place we were yesterday. That is the upstairs lounge. For those who were with us know where it is, but we would essentially encourage you to stay in the room and to engage in the discussion on the roadmap. But whoever would like to watch us to make sure we don't go astray is welcome to join us for the final stage in putting together the document. With this, it's the upstairs lounge, which I'm not able to explain where it is, but you have to go outside the main entrance and find your way to it. It goes up the steps somewhere. And
I'll explain briefly. It's above the Japanese restaurant within the Hyatt. The French restaurant, I'm so sorry. Apologies to the Japanese. So it's above the French restaurant within the Hyatt towards the residential part of the hotel, not in the conference center.
Thank you for this explanation. And with that, I conclude this session, and thank you for participating so constructively and actively. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you would be kind enough, we'd like to get started with our next session. So if you can kindly take your seats, we would greatly appreciate it. Once again, we'll be getting started very shortly. And if you can find your seats, it would be wonderful. Thank you.
Can I have a mic? No.
Remote profession manager.
Yes.
And then concerning
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I ask you to take your seats? The second session on the roadmap will start in 30 seconds. Once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jānis Karkliņš. I am Ambassador of Latvia, and I have a privilege to chair or co-chair this session together with Dongban Lee. We will start with a very brief report, what happened yesterday. For those who were not present, yesterday after the consultations on the first two sections of the roadmap, the editing group met and reviewed comments which were presented during the meeting, as well as those comments who were sent to the website or to the email address which was published on the website in relation to the published document. We did some changes. And at this moment, I am asking those who were with the drafting group around 11:45 in the evening. Are there any, and you saw the text, you saw changes. Is there any sort of burning thing that you would like to say? I can allocate maybe 5 minutes for that conversation in case there is something burning to say. And if there is, I would like to ask you to say it now. Is there? I see there is. Teresa Swinehart, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. I'm Teresa Swinehart. I'm a senior advisor to the president at ICANN. Just a quick observation to make. There's been some discussions around language in what's referred to as paragraphs 26 in the language regards the separation of policy and operations. There's some concern that this language comes across as unnecessarily prescriptive and that it may be looking towards preempting a process. The issue of the separation of policy and operations is really a topic around accountability. And as many may be aware, ICANN has launched and begun discussions on multi-stakeholder processes to address two aspects of the announcement of the USG that occurred in March. The first is the process around the NTIA transition of the IANA stewardship function. There's been dialogues on that and a process being proposed. The other is actually around ICANN accountability and strengthening mechanisms and how to address those. And discussions began in Singapore, and a proposed process will be launched for the community dialogue by the end of this month. So as an example of being inclusive in many of the dialogues that are occurring, we're also running a panel session this afternoon to ensure there's awareness and discussions around the processes that are being run in these two contexts. So again, there's some concern that the wording in the paragraph is prescriptive and that it is preempting a process that's underway. And we just wanted to raise this as an area of concern and observation. So thank you very much.
Thank you for that observation. Any other burning issues in relation to the first two parts? I see none. So now we are moving then to the, as we agreed yesterday, we're moving now to the part 3, issues dealing with specific internet governance topics. Part 4, points to be further discussed beyond NETmundial. And part 5, way forward. And I would like to now ask Dongman to maybe very briefly give some statistics about comments which were submitted to this topic.
Hello. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very honored and privileged to be here. I'd like to give you short statistics on the how many public comments were made on Section 3 and 4 and 5. As you know, the Section 3, I think, one of most challenging sections. They received many public comments. 91 public comments were received, Section 3, and the Section 4, the 34 comments received, and Section 5 is 26 comments. So I believe the Yanis and I will allocate enough time for you, but as we saw in the last session, maybe at the last minute too many people lined up. We may need to reduce the amount of time for your comments. So maybe reduce down 1 minute or 30 minutes. But 1:30. Yeah. Okay. So let's because the chairship have the full right to how to order the speaking. So I'll start with the civil society and go to government and academia, technical and business sector, and remote participation. So please.
Thank you. Antonio Martinez from Article 19 Mexico, and I'm reading a joint statement for civil society organization to meet here in Sao Paulo. We suggest to insert the following paragraph 35. Mass surveillance is fundamental human rights violation. Targeted interception and collection of personal data should be conducted in accordance with international human rights law. Critical and intermediate infrastructure must not be tampered with in service of targeted interception. We suggest to add the following at the end of the paragraph 35, using the necessary and proportionate principles. Thank you.
Doesn't work. Okay, thank you. The Secretariat, please to change to the minute to 1:30. So please keep that in mind. So we're going to stop you at the 30 minutes left. Okay? Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I speak on behalf of the Government of India. We believe that any roadmap for the future of internet governance would be credible and acceptable only if it is also representative, democratic, transparent, and accountable, involving governments and other stakeholders as per Tunis agenda. We seek inclusion of this idea in paragraph 2. The structures that regulate and manage internet should be broad-based and internationalized and anchored in an appropriate international legal framework. We seek inclusion of this idea in paragraph 28 and other relevant places. We seek involvement of all legitimate stakeholders in the deliberations as part of the decision-making process. The principles of democratic representation can alone offer representative credentials to participants who seek to represent various sections and interests, just as we in governments are responsible and accountable to our people. Stakeholders also need to be accountable to an oversight mechanism that is rooted in appropriate international legal authority. This proposal may be included in paragraph 28. We also believe that Tunis agenda has not been fully implemented. This highlights the urgent need for identification of gaps in its implementation at the upcoming WSIS Plus 10 review in 2015, and by establishing new mechanisms as well as strengthening the existing ones, if any. We seek a reference to this idea in the outcome of the meeting in the way forward segment. Again, we want to reiterate this. Given the diversity of the views and attendant challenges in encapsulating all views in one document, we once again wish to reiterate that the chair's summary of the meeting is the most appropriate form of outcome of this meeting. We have made this point in other working group. We would like this to be reflected in ours. Thank you.
Okay, next, academia.
My name is Ola Bini from ThoughtWorks. I'm a developer of free software and a privacy, anonymity, and cryptography researcher. I have several different issues that I would like to bring up and emphasize. They are larger issues that are mostly not directly discussed in the outcome document, but should be. Specifically, paragraph 35 is not sufficient either in its current form or as drafted. First, I think we have to condemn all kinds of surveillance, and we have to condemn weaponization of the internet. This is currently being done for both active and passive purposes. It is extremely dangerous and will destroy the fantastic potential of the internet. Because of its importance, it is crucial for the discussion about internet governance. Every user of the internet has to have absolute rights to privacy, anonymity, and cryptography. This is necessary to keep safe on the internet, and there can be no restrictions on these rights. For safeguarding the internet, we need to make sure that our core infrastructure runs only on free and open software and hardware, and that everything we depend on is open standards. We need the running of the internet to be completely transparent and open, and we need net neutrality to be an internationally agreed principle. We need end-to-end forward secrecy for all protocols traveling on the internet, and we also must encourage decentralization in practice, not just in theory. We need to minimize the amount of data that is retained. The only way to safeguarding citizens is by minimizing the amount of information that is available. The information will without a doubt be stolen or misused sooner or later. Thus, minimizing it is the only way to actually protect citizens. Finally, we need legislation and agreements about data custodianship and information self-assurance. Thank you.
Okay, let's move to business.
Thank you. My name is Jameson Olufuye. I'm the chair of the private sector-led Africa ICT Alliance based in Abuja, Nigeria. Also a member of ICC Basis and a member of the business constituency of ICANN. Speaking to paragraph 34, and I would like to propose this brief addition, in that in this context, nations and regions are encouraged to institute cybersecurity legal and institutional frameworks within their jurisdiction. Well, the idea is that we're talking about international level, and we need to really localize the discussion on cybersecurity also at the national and regional level. That's a gap I propose that should be taken care of with our text. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any comments from remote?
So we have a text comment coming from civil society in Canada.
Telecommunities Canada. Paragraph 2. The phrase, a distributed and coordinated ecosystem, is a symptom of a shift in social attitudes. The claim of nation-states to special status is grounded in the imperatives of geography. That leads to the conventional classification of participation in internet governance in terms of national, regional, and global interests. But the internet has altered humanity's relationship to and understanding of geography. In keeping with Tim Berners-Lee's reference to the emergence of non-national society, and consistent with the concepts and operating principles of open and distributed systems, the time has come to redefine the global as a federation of locals. Thank you.
We also have a video interaction coming from Jakarta. Jakarta. So we'll have to skip that. Sorry.
Text test. Hello? My name is Sita Laxmi. I come from ID Config, Indonesia Civil Society Network for Internet Governance, a network from 20 civil society organizations in Indonesia. We would like to make an input for paragraph 32. We suggest that the article should include the transparent and accountable principle are in place, especially when a country is having discussion in making policy before going to international level. The principles also have to be monitored and reviewed frequently among multi-stakeholder. The rationale is because the multi-stakeholder manner does not necessarily guarantee it is transparent and accountable. We have experiences in Indonesia when the quality of discussion is very poor and the suggestion from the stakeholders is not being taken seriously. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Indonesia, for your comments. I would like to ask once again, Secretariat, for sake of clarity, change 2 minutes for 1.30. 1 minute 30 seconds, if I may ask you. Because we agreed to have 1 minute 30 seconds interventions. Next speaker on my list is representative from civil society. Please, sir.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Ian Peter and I'm from civil society. I'm concerned that having lost the battle to remove all references to mass surveillance in Section 35, some parties are now doing their best to make sure that any language is included is so wishy-washy and ambiguous as to lose all meaning. And if all we do is refer to the UN resolution, I believe that's all we have got, is wishy-washy and ambiguous, non-meaningful language. Mass surveillance is an insult to human dignity. It's an invasion of privacy. If we do need to do stuff, I do have a suggested wording here that we might be able to include. If it's absolutely impossible to refer to the widely accepted necessary and proportionate principles, could I suggest that we might, in the section that begins surveillance of communications, should say that they should be conducted in a necessary and proportionate manner. And if that was included, that may be a compromise that may be acceptable. But we do have to have strong language here because it is a strong issue. Wishy-washy language is not appropriate. One second point I would like to make, it's just on when we get to the section on way forward, and it's more a point of process than anything else. I just have a suggestion that issues that we cannot resolve here, and one of those obviously would appear to be net neutrality. We don't appear to be able to get language. Issues we cannot resolve could be included as issues underway forward to be discussed later. Thank you.
So thank you very much for your proposals, and specifically that you're mentioning paragraph where your proposals should be looked at. Next is a representative from the government. Please, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Sweden would like to add to colleagues that have given their praise to this conference and all those many people that have contributed to it. All praise is well deserved. We agree with the interventions that are expressing their satisfaction with the draft text as it stands. Things could be better in the details, but we're generally very positive towards this text. We don't support relegating this important document to a merely chairman's summary. I would like to suggest 2 changes to this section. First, on paragraph 32 in the roadmap, the text reads, "It is necessary to continue work pursuing international agreements on topics such as jurisdictions." This could imply creating new international treaties in this area, something for which there is no widespread support for in either multilateral or multi-stakeholder context. We therefore propose to exchange the word agreements for the words cooperation. On paragraph 41, there is reference to the need for a principle-based code of conduct. The wording code of conduct is controversial and has special connotations in international relations. There, it can imply the creation of instruments that could be used by governments to control content. Therefore, we propose to replace it with principles. So the sentence would read, "Principles and related indicators for the Internet governance ecosystem." These were our points. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Next, technical community.
Thank you very much. My name is Ni Kweno. I'm a professor of computer science at the University of Cape Coast in Ghana. I refer to the initial comments made by Ms. Teresa Swinehart, and I share my concern regarding the repeated calls for structural separation with respect to the transfer of the NTIA stewardship of the INAF functions. The issue is being actively debated in multiple fora at the present time, and it will be premature at this time, and especially at this meeting, which is supposed to concern itself with high-level principles and an overall look at how we proceed, to put such a specific recommendation in any fora in an output document from this meeting would be considered premature. Let's stay with the process of finding areas in which we can agree, with the understanding that there are issues that this meeting will not be able to resolve, and that will surely be taken up in other venues that are more appropriate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I refer to private sector.
Hi, my name is Roy Singham. I'm the chairman and founder of ThoughtWorks, a global IT consultancy with 3,000 people working in 31 countries. 4 quick points. I think it's a myth that all businesses are against net neutrality. Speaking on millions of small businesses around the world, net neutrality is actually vital to commerce and the creation of employment around the world. So I strongly believe that net neutrality should be mandated. Number 2, we also believe that there ought to be something in internet governance around the banning of software patents, which actually massively stifle innovation, and we are in favor of very short-term copyrights. We think there should be a lot of collaboration of countries to guarantee the reduction of copyright terms to 5 years or less. Third, as a shareholder and an executive, I also believe in multi-stakeholderism, which means I have to be responsible to my clients and to my employees globally and to society. Therefore, it seems to me that the private sector ought to be first to condemn the idea that corporations are on equal footing with citizens. It's ludicrous. Citizens are what makes the world. They are the human beings. Corporations should not be on any form equal footing with citizens. Fourth, the question of the role of surveillance on corporations is very bad. We have mandated surveillance now going into corporations. This is bad for business, because when you have a flaw that the NSA can look at a client's records, I no longer can guarantee the financial integrity of transactions of our clients. So we need protection as businesses from this intervention. Thank you.
So thank you very much for your comments and proposals. Now I'm turning to remote participation.
Okay, now we have a comment from civil society in Ecuador, and followed by a video interaction from Tunisia.
Ecuador have civil society on the surveillance on the internet. Mass and arbitrary surveillance breaks the trust on the internet, on its governance ecosystem, and represents an unacceptable violation to human rights. The surveillance of communications, interception, and collection of personal data have to be conducted only when this is in agreement with the obligations of the states under the international regulations of human rights. More dialogue is required on this topic at international level through fora such as the IGF, the Human Rights Council, and the WSIS Plus 10. Aimed at trying to develop a common understanding on all the aspects related to this, with a view to establishing an international pact to restrict mass surveillance by governments, corporations, or other partners.
Interaction coming from a remote hub in Tunisia.
Hello, everyone. I am the VP here in Tunisia, and I have some comments to relay on the matters of internet governance. We believe that the internet ecosystem as its governance should be a part of the vision we have regarding the future of the internet, and we should develop a good governance of the internet at the international level in every country, and to have a consistent implementation of the governance all over the world at the regional, global, and national level. We should implement these national processes of the governance of the internet, and the institutional approach to internet governance should, of course, be based on the transparent participation of all stakeholders with tangible effects at the level of internet governance and as regards working methods as well. We finally consider that the consulting status after the IGF with the UN General Secretary should guarantee diversity of opinions, and it would be adequate to evolve these opinions as we did in 2004 by following a real model of internet governance. We are very glad to have been able to participate at this international meeting, and I would like to seize the occasion to congratulate you all on this work. Thank you.
Thank you, Tunisia. Okay, let's get back to on site. Please speak up the civil society line, gentlemen. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jacob Applebaum, and I'm here for civil society, but I speak for myself as a developer of free software. I think it is important that the document should recognize the historical context, specifically the bravery and courage of the whistleblower Edward Snowden, who is not mentioned one time in this document. Without him, we would not be able to have this discussion. It is important specifically to put this in the security and stability section, in that it is important that we understand how it is that we arrived here and what it is that we are planning to do. So it is important to have a historical context, and specifically it's important to create a new historical context moving forward. So when we talk about law enforcement assistance and promotion of cybersecurity and prevention of cybercrime, I think we should also say that we have the intentional goal of cyber peace building, and that we specifically talk about the need to uphold human rights, not merely to prevent cybercrime. Furthermore, we must encourage transparency and accountability and whistleblowing. There should be a whistleblowing mechanism where people can anonymously leak documents about the process when it is not working, including in the security process. We must get rid of security through obscurity, and we must ensure a right to anonymity and strong cryptography, and we must condemn mass surveillance as it chills free speech and association with regard to the process. And it is absolutely critical that there's free software for all of the interactions that are required in this process. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for your comment. We'll try our best to incorporate your comments as much as possible the revising session. And let's move to government.
Yes, good afternoon, good morning still. This is Canada. First and foremost, we would like to reiterate our gratitude to CGI, to OneNet, and to the government of Brazil for organizing this very open, transparent, and inclusive multi-stakeholder event. We're looking forward to an outcome document which is non-binding, that reflects the views of all participants, and we recognize and commend you for your efforts in putting this together. We have, however, some very brief observations concerning the roadmap, first of which on the security and stability. We believe on 32A that the reference to international agreements may not be required, and we would strongly advocate to a reference to strengthening existing stakeholder cooperation and collaboration agreements. In the same token, on 34C, we believe that the reference to cybersecurity organizations should be better reflected by existing cybersecurity mechanisms and initiatives. On 35 on surveillance, we strongly believe that the work undertaken by the Third Committee at the United Nations General Assembly, and particularly the operative paragraph 4C, should be taken into consideration. On codes of conduct, we believe that there are existing principles in international law, including international human rights law, that properly reflect those principles, and a code of conduct could call into question those principles. Finally, in regards to the IANA functions, we believe that there is a process in place that should not be preempted by the document. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move to academia and technical community.
My name is Lise Voer. I'm from the Danish Registry, Danish Internet Forum.
Two principles of the outcome document are diversity and inclusiveness, and I urge that these principles are also carried out when choosing the people to ensure the way forward. By this I mean the people chosen to draft documents, to participate in panel debates, not to offend anyone, but when I'm looking at the people chosen to prepare this meeting, a lot of them are well-known participants in ICANN and IGFs. And I think we need to broaden this participation in order to ensure a true multi-stakeholder model and a successful outcome of internet governance. We need to carry out active outreach and to actively encourage a broader part of the global internet society to participate. So we need a different approach, and I don't see any of this reflected in the outcome document. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's move to private sector.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Robert Pepper from Cisco, representing ICC Basis, the business community. First, we would like to support the suggestion, the word edit suggestion from Sweden in paragraph 32, because we believe that the way to approach security issues is broader than just traditional agreements and treaties, but it should also be towards cooperation. We'd also suggest perhaps changing the word pursuing to furthering international cooperation on topics such as, but that does not preclude agreements, but it's broader. Second, following up on the intervention I had earlier about not having a consensus on net neutrality, we're proposing the following in section 4, the issues beyond NETmundial, a specific language which I've also given to the previous panel that are upstairs. Quote, there were very productive discussions on the issue of net neutrality at NETmundial without consensus to include the specific term as a principle in the outcomes. The principles do include concept of an open internet in paragraph 12 and individual rights to freedom of expression and information. It is important that we continue the discussion of the open internet, including how to enable freedom of expression, competition, consumer choice, meaningful transparency, and appropriate network management, and recommend that this be addressed at forums such as the next IGF. Thank you, and we can make this available.
Much. Let's hear our remote participants' comment.
Okay, we have a comment from private sector in Brazil, followed by a video interaction from the remote hub also in Brazil, São Paulo.
The comment reads, I suggest that on paragraph related to security and stability, that there should be more discussion about the way we treat different kinds of cybercrime. While intellectual property needs further analysis, cases of digital fraud are very clear and easy to identify and could be way more efficient if we had standard procedures of notification and removal between incident response teams and internet service providers. Thank you.
Now we have a video from remote hub in São Paulo, Brazil.
We have now a video from São Paulo in Brazil. São Paulo.
Okay. Ronald Costa.
The cost of hub live stream. We are here, a contribution to NETmundial, and this is Gabriel. I'm Gabriel, student, IT student in the Federal Institute in São Paulo. I'm going to present proposals for Hub Brazil now to preserve neutrality and security of a network with a multi-stakeholding organ for prevention of cyberbullying and virtual attack, and adding in Article 33 to careful treatment of internet businesses for digital assurance with cooperation that is adequate between different sectors, specialists, government, NGOs, etc., multi-stakeholders to get together and discuss more and more with civil society, especially organizations which are more sensitive as to infrastructure and tariff matters. Article 31, safety, stability, accessibility, and including in Section 3, which is necessary to include a unique and global standard to be followed by all manufacturers that have access to user data. So these terms will become relevant and users will feel more sure and safer as to the use of their applications. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Sao Paulo, for this intervention and for your proposals. Next on the list of speakers is representative from civil society. Please, Ken.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay. Hi, my name is Robin Gross. I'm with IP Justice. I've got 6 very small points that I'd like to make. Well, they're not small, but I just would like small wording changes. So the first is in paragraph 6. I suggest we remove the clause recognizing the different roles played by different stakeholders. I think the rationale for this is I think this is an outdated language that elevates governments over other stakeholders. The second point is on paragraph 10. It talks about meaningful participation, and it says there should be meaningful participation by all interested parties in internet governance decisions and discussions and decision-making. I propose that we add the words, quote, bottom-up decision-making to that paragraph in accordance with democratic principles. On paragraph 14, that talks about all of the organizations with responsibilities in the internet governance ecosystem should develop and implement principles for transparency, accountability, and inclusiveness. And I would like to add to that section there that these organizations also have an obligation to respect human rights protections in their own policies, such as privacy, free speech, and due process. And I guess this would apply to ICANN. On paragraph 27, I would like to see the language put back in that calls for separating the policy process and the operational aspects. On paragraph 28, I'd like to see the word external in front of accountability. On paragraph 35, support for the necessary and proportionate principles. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a reminder for ourselves that we're concentrating today's debate on sections 3, 4, and 5. Next speaker is from governments, please.
Christopher Painter from the United States. First, I want to, as many others have said, commend both NETmundial, the committee, and the government in Brazil of putting together a truly unique structure with all the multi-stakeholders here, and a really, I think, very powerful document, which we don't think needs major changes. Specifically, though, I had a couple of comments. One, welcome the endorsement of the IGF. We think that's very important. I know that's not in paragraphs 3 and 4, but we thought that was important. On section 3, paragraph 32, I concur with what some others have said, that the term agreements should be replaced with the term cooperation. Agreements is a very laden term. It's directive that we need these things when many of us, and there is consensus that we need to have more cooperation in this area, and there's an urgency in that cooperation. So we'd ask for agreements to be replaced by cooperation. We also agree in paragraph 41 that perhaps a better term than code of conduct would be something like a non-legal framework or something of that matter, because again, code of conduct has meaning depending on who you talk to and has different meanings because of that. And thirdly, just on the surveillance, as we said earlier, we believe that it should be grounded in the UN Third Committee resolution, which achieved consensus this fall. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Technical Community Academia, next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll echo the thanks to you and your colleagues for all of the hard work and the excellent facilities you've put on. My name is Jonathan Robinson. I'm speaking here in my personal capacity, and I joined the queue in response to Teresa Swinehardt's point that she made earlier over a concern of unduly prescriptive language. I should say that I work extensively within the ICANN policy-making structures, and I'm very familiar with many elements of policy-making at ICANN. And I'm aware through that role that there is extensive and broad-based work going on both within ICANN and more broadly than that to deal with the NTIA transition. I should say my opinion is that this is at a very early stage. There's a lot of work being done on process, and so to that extent, my concern would be that we shouldn't prejudge the outcome of any of that work. So whilst the addition of some language may be appropriate, we should be careful that it doesn't presume or prejudge the outcomes of the extensive work that's going on in various fora, both within ICANN, where I work extensively, but also outside of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative from private sector.
Yes, Lorenzo Pupillo from Telecom Italia, but also I'm talking on behalf of the ICC Basis community. I have some comment on paragraph 39. In my previous intervention this morning on the internet, in principle, I mentioned the idea that internet today is much more dynamic and heterogeneous. And I think this has also an impact on the dynamics among the stakeholders in internet governance. To take this into account, we suggest that paragraph 39, the issue of role and responsibility, should be amended as follows. The sentence would read, different role and responsibilities as determined by the stakeholder and relevant to the function or situation. We believe also that there is a support among our colleague sector here for this change, and we thank them for their consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your intervention. And now I'm turning to coordinator of remote participation. Do we have interventions from remote participants?
We have a text comment coming from civil society in Moldova.
This is a comment from Open Government Institute by Veronica Cretu. First of all, congratulations everyone for impressive work. A few suggestions on the way forward. It is important that next steps include a declaration on the Internet governance principles that is endorsed by all stakeholders. It is also crucial that efforts are put in place at national, country level around the implementation of this declaration in practice, be it through national action plans or Internet governance or through other means. At the core of the process, OECD principles on citizens and partners should prevail. Thank you.
And no comments from remote video hubs at this round.
Okay, thank you. Please speak up at the representative of civil society. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Tatiane Pires. I represent Centro de Estudos da Mídia Alternativa Barão de Tararé. Our contribution is coming a little bit late because it's to paragraph 6. Still, we suggest a change where it reads, it is important that multi-stakeholder decision-making and policy formulation are improved. Our suggestion is that it should read, it is important that multi-stakeholder decision-making, policy formulation, and infrastructure discussions are improved. The rationale for such change is that in Brazil, for instance, outside of urban centers and going to the interior of the country, internet access is very poor. And the infrastructure, private and public, mostly emphasis on public investment on infrastructure must be discussed with society, and private investment should be too, on forums, multi-stakeholder forums, like we are pushing for such changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, move to government.
Thank you, and hello to everybody. My name is Thomas Schneider. I work for the Swiss government. I have a comment on the way forward, but not on the text, but on maybe on something like a meta level. First of all, I want to thank the Brazilian government and everybody involved for this amazing learning experience that we're having here, and I think this is mainly what it is. we've been talking about multi-stakeholder processes and decision-making processes for quite some time. Now we are experimenting with one, and we realize it's not so simple. It's not so simple if you're serious about participatory democracy on a large scale. It's not so simple. I come from a country where we have 700 years of experience in this, and we are still not happy with our processes. So how to move this forward? I think we first have to agree that what we can achieve here in 2 days with the time we have is nothing more than a rough consensus. This is a term coming from the technical world. We need to apply this to the political world. We need to see that not 100% of the people can agree to 100% of a text we're producing in 2 days. If we want more, we need to go for a more sophisticated process that we need to develop. And ideas that we can take from is the IGF. The IGF doesn't make decisions on substance, but it makes decisions on process. They have a procedure to agree on agendas, on people on a podium in a multi-stakeholder process, which is more or less elaborate until now. Eurodic goes further. We even agree on messages in a non-negotiated manner as a rough consensus. And we suggest that we follow this up, building on the structure of the IGF and try to get things more sophisticated. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. We really appreciate. Let's move to academia.
Thank you. Roberto Usal, you said AL, National University of San Luis, Argentina. This morning, we mentioned in this forum the classical human being resistance to change. Independently of individual interest, individual current convenience, individual current jobs, Internet scenarios are changing dramatically. Please consider President Dilma's yesterday's speech and today Sao Paulo newspapers. Outcome document final version must be mandatory, different, very different to the first one. Considering the severe and top priority 2 minutes restriction or less. Audience members develop top-level contributions that must be included in the final version, modifying deeply the original one that was, in the beginning, an excellent reference draft. Half an hour ago, I insist, I mentioned to a top-level organizer that a very good version of outcome document already exists. Here you have the headlines of today's newspaper. As I said, I was joking, but in these times, very frequently changes environment go ahead intellectual elaboration. Finally, I insist in the specific agreement needs to improve Internet governance. In the current real world situation, a general cooperation scheme is not enough. Thanks a lot to the organizer for this wonderful event. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move to private sector.
Hi, my name is Jim Singh from 21 Varnet. I was a member of the ICANN strategy panel on identified technology, but I speak on my own capacity today. My comment is respect to Section 5, or more specifically, the lack of the wordings on the way forward on root server and the root zone file. It's also important to recognize there are differences between the two. RFC 2826, IB comment on unique root spoke about the importance of maintaining a single root zone file. In the consistency with the stability principle that we discussed earlier today, we should have a session on next step to ensure the uniqueness of the root zone file in accordance to RFC 2826. And we need to kickstart a discussion on the future management of the root zone file, which is the pinnacle with respect to the NTIA release of control of INR. However, it's also important to realize that the discussion on the limits on the 13 root server is not the same as the unique root zone file issue. With Anycast technology today, we have over 380 servers instances that serve the root zone file, the same root zone file. And there's no magic to running a root server. It's just a server. The only thing that's restricting it is the 13 letters that's supposed to be technical restriction. But we never really put that to a test. We never have the will to overcome this technical limitation, and we believe, or I believe, that it can be overcome if we put our heart to it. For the continuity and stability of the internet, We need thousands and tens of thousands of root servers, so long we can ensure that they all serve the unique root zone file. Thank you.
Very much. Are there any comments from remote participants?
Yes, we have a text comment coming from Tunisia, and afterwards we have another text comment coming from civil society in St. Lucia.
سليم جميل من تونس ويعمل في
Salim Jamil from Tunisia. He works in the communications system. I propose that you will include the management of the important domain names and that you can maintain the sustainability of the internet and to combat the any cyber activity and fraud or malfunction that might happen on the internet. Thank you very much.
And now a comment coming from St. Lucia.
This is a comment from civil society. Please include in paragraph 39 an intention to attempt to establish a definition for multi-stakeholder model.
Thank you for these comments. Actually, we tried that 10 years ago. That was not easy. Next speaker is representative of civil society. Please, ma'am.
So speaking on behalf of Privacy International, a charity based in the UK, committed to fighting the right to privacy across the world, we had 3 comments. 2 on paragraph 35, in response to a request to remove the term mass surveillance. We request that the term be maintained as it stands, as it is referenced as such in the UN General Assembly Resolution on the Right to Privacy in the Digital Age, which was adopted in December 2013. The second point on paragraph 35, supporting the request from civil society, we would like to request a direct reference to the international principles on the application of human rights to communication surveillance, also known as the necessary and proportionate principles, as they constitute comprehensive guidelines to the steps required to ensure surveillance policies and practices are proportionate, necessary, in accordance with human rights obligations. Given the severe consequences these policies and practices have on individuals, we must maintain a strong language on this issue and not settle for good enough. Under paragraph 40 on jurisdiction, we would like an inclusion of the application of the principles non-discrimination and an expansive understanding of jurisdiction to ensure that non-citizens are able to enjoy their rights as they do not choose where their data and communications flow, and the right to privacy is a universal right whose enjoyment does not depend on nationality or location. Thank you.
So thank you for your proposals. I would like to draw attention to the room on the length of line in a governmental line. In order to shorten that line, I propose to take 2 at the time, 2 interventions from government and then 1 from other sectors. Otherwise, we may risk have at the end of the meeting only government interventions. Please, government representative.
Hello. Hello. My name's Sarah Taylor. I'm from the UK government. Thank you, Chair. Like many, the UK submitted comments on the draft text. Like many, we haven't seen all of those comments reflected in the text that was published before this meeting. However, we commend the organisers' commitment to producing an outcome document, and we commend the focus on common ground. And there's much on the common ground of this text that we saw before the meeting started to commend. In particular, I'd like to draw attention to the commitment to strengthen the IGF. The UK supports the IGF financially, as do many here, and we would encourage others to do so too. And why is that important? Because the next billion people to get online will be from the developing world, and it's vital that the IGF and other multi-stakeholder fora improve and evolve to facilitate their participation. We also commend the language on the transition of IANA, that it should be thoughtful and that it should focus on the stability of the internet. It's very important that this process is right rather than it's fast. As many have said, this is not a perfect process and this is not a perfect test, but we mustn't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. It's a good text, and the UK thanks everyone here for their participation and making it so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another government representative, please.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Keith Besgrove. I'm with the Australian Department of Communications. I have just 4 brief points. Firstly, I'd like to add my congratulations to the organisers. Australia quite likes the outcome document in its current form, so we're not actually looking for major change. We think that it encapsulates the issues quite well. Having said that, Australia does wish to associate itself with Sweden's proposed changes to paragraphs 32 and to paragraph 41 relating to codes of conduct. We also wanted to say that we do not support the suggestion made by some delegates here to incorporate hard deadlines or targets into the way forward. We simply believe that they would be unrealistic. We would rather that the process takes the time that it needs to take than have artificial deadlines attached to it. And the last thing we'd like to say is we think it would be a great pity if the outcome of yesterday and today and the process so far was simply characterised as a chair's summary, because we believe that it's actually something much more than that. It's the product of an awful lot of input from an awful lot of stakeholders. If we can't think of anything else, why don't we just continue to call it an outcomes document? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Now, technical community and academia.
My name is Yuri Takamatsu from JPRS, the CCTLD Registry of Japan. In paragraph 44, WSIS plus 10 IGF are some of the target forums. Actually, in paragraph 17, IGF is described as deemed to be the body or forum that will receive and implement the recommendations we are discussing on here. But we all know that there are also opponents against IGF. Although I also tend to agree that IGF will be the appropriate body in a pragmatic sense, the reason why IGF should be described in the document to persuade the readers of this document and the IGF itself to decide on what direction IGF should be strengthened. Having said, I propose to add sentences in paragraph 44 or 17 that goes like, IGF has nearly 10 years of experience with multi-stakeholder lead agenda setting and discussions with continuous enormous effort to improve itself. IGF is one of the bodies that have the potential to receive and implement the recommendations. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Now, representative from private sector.
Thank you. I speak on behalf of CESPRO, the Brazilian Federation of IT Organizations, and of WITSA, the World Information Technology and Services Alliance. Both entities are broadly supportive of the work that all have done to create the documents as they are, and appreciate the dedication of all to achieve a positive outcome from our hard work here together. We recognize the limitations of time, so our comments are short. We support paragraphs 3 and 5. In paragraph 4, we suggest insertion of, quote, and strengthen, open, and inclusive, unquote, just before multi-stakeholder mechanisms. On paragraph 16, we believe that the IGF should be considered as a first option to consider and discuss emerging topics and issues. It is not clear to us that it is useful to consider a new fora, but instead existing fora, including activities of the private sector and civil society and technical community, should first strive to address such issues. In paragraph 17, we strongly support active participation in the IGF, and many of our companies are actively attending national and regional IGFs. We support the importance of a strengthened IGF with an increasing funding and expansion of the present Excellent Secretariat to address the increased expectations that we all have on the IGF. On paragraph 25 to 29, our comments will be provided then later to specifics. We support paragraph 32 to 35, and on paragraph 36, we again note the importance of this paragraph for recognition. We support paragraphs 37 to 45. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now turn to remote participants.
We have a text comment coming from Dominican Republic and also video interaction with Chennai in India.
Comentario. This is a comment from NAP in the Caribbean, Dominican Republic, the multi-stakeholder group. which will be the mechanisms for the coexistence of the entities that will set up the multi-stakeholder entity that will deal with internet governance and the management of critical elements at the global level. Because these will be the mechanisms that will voice the decisions and will be the ones making decisions.
Coming from Chennai in India.
Please, India, go ahead.
India, go ahead, please.
Hello, this is on the outcome document roadmap, paragraph 21C. This is from all Chennai Hub participants in agreement. IGF should reach out to a broader target of commercial beneficiaries of internet beyond the present contributors to mobilize funds on the required scale. On event funding, the larger sponsors should offer to fund in the interest of promoting the overall cause of the IGF and offer to refrain from influencing decisions related to the location, theme, topics, lead participants, and participants of the event. On participant funding, respective stakeholders could contribute to a stakeholder fund to contribute to improve representative participation within the stakeholder group. At the same time, the more affluent stakeholder groups, namely government and business, could contribute to create a balance by improving civil society participation. If overall cross-stakeholder funding is infeasible, participant funding could be coordinated from a central fund with a transparent process to reveal the names of the contributors. At the same time, the allocation could be made in such a way that the funding received by a participant is not directly related to a specific donor. In other words, the process could be coordinated in such a way that a recipient would not trace his funding to a specific donor. All this would ensure that the IGF will establish a process of unconditional funding with the exception of conditions related to the broader purpose and proper utilization of funds. Thank you. Thank you from Chennai.
Okay, thank you, India. Now let's move to a lady at Civil Society line.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I'm Anya Kovac from the Internet Democracy Project in India, but I'm speaking on behalf of 100 civil society organizations from the South and the North. I have 3 comments on multi-stakeholderism. First, we commend the extensive treatment of multi-stakeholderism in the document, especially the extensive references to transparency and accountability, which we see as a recognition of the need for improvements to the systems we have. We suggest that the language on multi-stakeholderism in paragraph 6 be further strengthened to ensure a balanced, democratic, multi-stakeholder approach, but I'll read out the text of this at the end of my intervention. We also recommend that balanced, democratic, multi-stakeholderism be added as a point for further discussion following the NETmundial in the outcome document, in addition to the reference to roles and responsibilities, as there are many more aspects that require further discussion, including the issue of how to be genuinely participatory. Finally, for the way forward, and here I speak on behalf of a smaller group of organizations, we would like to call on the global internet community to make possible that the discussion on strengthening multi-stakeholderism in line with democratic values takes a similar form as the process that we have followed here in the NETmundial, which we have found of great value to take the debate forward. And this can be organized either in the context of the IGF, if time still allows, or possibly as a next NETmundial over the next 6 to 8 months. And the text of the paragraph 6 is, internet governance processes, policy, and decisions should respect and support full participation of all affected current and future stakeholders and foster democratic bottom-up decision-making. Any multi-stakeholder approach should particularly enable meaningful participation from women, developing countries, and underrepresented groups. There's 2 more lines, but I'm happy to send them on email if that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to refocus emphasize what Yanis said earlier, because I fully understand your eagerness to make a comment on the other earlier, the part of documents, but today we strongly ask you to focus on the section 3 and 4 and 5 so that we can have the more inputs to the later part of the document. So we really appreciate it. And now move to government. As like just before, we're going to have 2 people in the government line speak in the series. Okay, thank you. Please go ahead.
Obrigado. Eu sou Márcio Freitas.
My name is Márcio Freitas, Brazilian government. The Brazilian government believes it's very important, this effort that we're making to build consensus in this event. So in spite of the fact that the draft document is not perfect, we've got some points that we do not agree with, but it is a good document, and we are moving forward. To contribute to the perfection of the text, we'd like to express our concern with the language on paragraph 35. The current language seems to characterize mass surveillance. This cannot occur. Surveillance, arbitrary surveillance, is not acceptable. Collection and use of personal data can only be conducted in procedures that take into account human rights standards at the international level. As we have already said in other international fora, and in line with the German position at the UN, illegal surveillance and arbitrary interception of documents is intrusive and arbitrary and violate freedom of expression. This is not acceptable because this goes against the pillars of a democratic society. So we propose the following change to paragraph number 35.
Internet and trust in the Internet governance ecosystem. Collection and treatment of personal data should be conducted in accordance with international human rights. Muito obrigado.
Thank you. Next person in the government line, please go ahead.
Cuba. So something that we want to see is that we believe that the document is supposed to be improved in order to join the consensus of all colleagues here in this meeting. So I'll do it in English because we have a concrete proposal, and it's regarding the security and stability section, where we believe is the section where we have more lacking in this document. That's the reason that we are suggesting to say something along the line. It is necessary to address concerns regarding the fact that without proper multilateral agreement, regulation, cooperation, coordination, whatever language you find, in accordance with international law, these technologies can be misused, damaging nations and their citizens, including militarization of the cyberspace. The absence of this coordination of eventual cyber attacks can generate significant human, financial, and material damage due to their negative impact on the critical infrastructure of nations. This idea, I think, that is a very important one, and that's supposed to be reflected in the text. Something that we also would like to say is that we support to strengthen the paragraph 35 in the way that was suggested by some colleagues, including Brazil just now. And then in paragraph on the code of conduct. So we really believe there is a paragraph that is needed in this document, and we strongly support. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move to academia and technical community. Please speak up.
Good afternoon. My name is Olivier Crépin-Leblond, and I'm the chair of the At-Large Advisory Committee in ICANN, but I'll be speaking on my own behalf. 2 issues I wanted to bring up quickly. The first one is to do with the orphan issues, which some people say are not orphans, some people say are orphan issues. Spam, for example, not being addressed in any of the document here, and I would suggest that there would be a clause somewhere in the roadmap that would mention that these would have to be taken care of by multi-stakeholder systems, maybe existing multi-stakeholder organizations or fora. The second point is to do with the transition of oversight on the IANA contract, and I'd like to reiterate the points that were made by a few people earlier, that we're at the moment engaging in ICANN. ICANN is currently engaging a dialogue and a whole process to discuss where this will go. Focusing on a roadmap at the moment, focusing on the results already is really premature. Don't put the carriage before the horses. You've got to have a first set what the roadmap is going to be, and then start the discussion going. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, move to the private sector.
My name is Marilyn Cade. I'm going to make comments about three things, but I want to open my comments by recalling again the comment made yesterday about the spirit of NETmundial, the spirit that brought us together to try to reach as much common agreement as possible. I've heard expressions of concern about what's not being included, and I really want to respect the concerns that are being expressed, but to call on all of us to try to focus on the commonality that we can. I appreciate the fact that we do have a section, points for further discussion beyond NETmundial, and I think that's particularly important for us to recognize and acknowledge and reinforce to those who are concerned about what's not in the document that there is a sincere commitment to further discussion. I do believe that the IGF is a place for us to bring many of these discussions, and I made comments on that yesterday. My comment now is actually about the way forward. I think it's important to note, perhaps not in the document, but for all of us to note, that many of the fora are not just developed by governments for discussion, even if they're multi-stakeholder, but they're also developed by NGOs, by civil society, and by business. And much of the discussion that needs to continue about these topics and about post-NETmundial should be taken up in these settings. To that note, I will mention the World Congress sponsored by WITSA in September, which is just one example, which will bring over 1,000 people together to continue discussion on a wide number of issues, including the outputs of NETmundial.
Thank you. Let's hear about the remote comment.
We have a text comment coming from civil society in Germany, and also a text comment coming from a remote participation hub in Brasilia.
The comment from civil society is this. Net neutrality plays an important and indispensable role in achieving principles like accessibility on equal basis, stability and resiliency, and an unified and unfragmented space. There might be a lot of money in giving up on net neutrality, and although this money might help connecting rural or secluded areas to the internet on short term, we should really consider whether that goal is worthy enough to abandon an equal and neutral network. Therefore, we pledged to make a commitment to net neutrality, a part of the outcome document again, and not delay it to later meetings, as then we might already have faith accomplished. If that is not possible, we at least should add a clear statement of intention towards net neutrality to the roadmap part of the document. Thank you.
Hello. And now a comment from Remote Participation Hub from Brasilia.
Hub Brazil Academia. Roadmap for the future evolution of the internet governance. Now in Portuguese.
We suggest including in paragraph 6, third line, the participation with the right to vote of the different social sector in policy making and decision-making on internet governance. To justify this, the forum of participation in the internet in general do not give right to vote to everyone. Society includes social organizations, academia, governments, and companies, and they all should have a right to a voice and a vote. And internet beer is democratic and transparent. This is an example for us.
Thank you very much. Questions? Since we have 45 minutes remaining at this session, I would like to close the speakers list. That means that all those who are now standing in line at the microphones are the ones who will have a chance to express themselves during this session, maintaining 1 minute 30 seconds rule. So thank you very much. And those who are now last in line, please, like at the cashier in the grocery store, if somebody tries to get behind you, say, no, 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 you're last in line. So civil society, please.
My name is Arda Gerkens. I represent a society of around about 70,000 computer users, and I'm also a senator in the Netherlands. If we want to enable innovation and creativity, as is put in the principles document, I think this should also be in the roadmap, especially to support and to promote initiatives from all the regions, so the end user can choose services which are not mainly from the United States companies. There are many good initiatives out there, but they don't have the means to promote them. To have more regions offer services not only gives cultural differences more meaning, but will also give the end user freedom of choice. For example, the IGF could show more best practices from all the regions, and I would want to ask you to take this in account for the roadmap. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your suggestion. Government, please.
Thank you. Helga Mieling from Austria. We appreciate all the efforts to reach consensus, and we also support the first sentence of paragraph 35. However, we ask to delete the rest of the paragraph and instead insert some reference to the United Nations resolutions, the right of the right of privacy in the digital age, adopted in December 2013. I would be happy to provide the document. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That would be very helpful. Please, sir.
Yuri Rosenthal. I'm the special envoy for the Dutch government on cyberspace, cybersecurity. Congratulations to Brazil on the NETmundial. As to the roadmap, the Netherlands will host the global conference on cyberspace after London, Budapest, and Seoul on the 16th and 17th of April next year, 1 year from now. The conference will focus on 3 specific angles: freedom and privacy, economic and social development, and cybersecurity, of course, in their interrelations. April 2015 will be a good moment to take stock of the progress on internet governance. We would love to see many of the multi-stakeholder community, and not the least our host Brazil in the Netherlands, to do so. We want to make progress in turning ideas into reality, putting principles into practice, getting concrete deliverables, including on capacity building. We are keen on getting your ideas and inputs, if possible concrete ones. We'll try to take them on board in true recognition of this multi-stakeholders model. With these 15 seconds to spare, I congratulate you once more with your appointment as chairman of the Internet Governmental Forum. Thank you. Obrigado.
Thank you very much. Now I'm turning to academia.
Hello, this is Milton Mueller, Syracuse University. I want to respond to the points made by defenders of ICANN or employees of ICANN regarding the separation principle that was adopted or reinstated into the document. As far as I understand their argument, they are saying that we should not be intervening in an ICANN-run process to make suggestions or comments about how the outcome should go. I find this argument to be not very logical and also contradicting the advice that ICANN got at its own Singapore meeting from the GAC and from many of its constituents. Civil society here and in ICANN is totally behind the idea that the process for the IANA transition should extend beyond ICANN itself and should incorporate the entire internet governance community. During the Singapore meeting, some people suggested that NETmundial should not talk about the IANA transition, and this idea was soundly rejected by most of the people there. Now, as for the idea that we are prejudging the outcome of the process, the idea of separation is not a specific proposal. It is simply a general principle that is supported by many people, and it is, can be taken into account by the ICANN process as something that they should think about and seriously consider because it has support elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Milton, for your comments. Please now, private sector.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mike Chartier, Intel. My comments are on the way forward and the final disposition of the principle and framework documents. I think the committee has done an extraordinary job so far. Nonetheless, there remain a couple of areas of contention. Because of this, we have heard proposals to publish the documents as part of the chairman's or meeting report, and we agree with Australia, that would be a pity. However, we have also acknowledged that there is far, far more consensus in the documents than non-consensus. Accordingly, we propose as a way forward in comedy and consensus that we as a meeting approve and publish as rough consensus the text in the document where we agree, and for those areas that do not have consensus, that all views be noted and fully documented in the meeting report. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I hope that the host country is carefully taking note on your proposals. And now I'm looking to the remote participant coordinator. Do we have anybody from the distance?
We have a comment from civil society in Cuba and also a comment from the United Kingdom civil society.
Comentario de Rafael Campoamor. Comment from Rafael Campoamor, the Cuba Civil Society. We would like to congratulate the Brazilian authorities to organize this magnificent event and remember that in Cuba we have a civil society that is just being born and wants to be fully independent from the government. As you all know, Cuba has the lowest internet penetration rate in the Western Hemisphere. We have been trying for several years to create an internet society chapter so that the young Cuban civil society may contribute its share to the issue of a global internet governance. We think that these events are good, and we would like to know how our voices might be taken into account if to participate from Cuba in these events is impossible due to problems in the connections and conflicts with the authorities. To speak about multi-stakeholders in countries like Cuba, when the digital divide is so wide, is senseless if we don't have international support.
And now we have the comment from civil society in United Kingdom.
The participants at the remote participation hub at ThoughtWorks London would like to call for the creation of a cyberspace treaty modeled after the Outer Space Treaty, putting clear restrictions on the military activities of states and other actors online. This is a necessary step due to the increased activities of state actors towards militarization of the Internet, such as with the establishment of a specific military branches and the expansion of traditional intelligence roles towards large-scale offensive activities which impact the entirety of the Internet, which is rapidly becoming the entirety of humanity. This is equally vital to commercial interests, as the Internet is growing to become one of the largest economies in the world, currently roughly $11 trillion annually and growing at a rate similar to that at which many countries' economies are shrinking. This suggests that there is much to lose and little to gain for humanity as a whole by allowing the furtherance of state.
Okay. Thank you very much. Comments from Cuban and UK civil society. Let's continue to hear the comments from civil society. Please.
Hello, my name is Deborah Brown, and I'm speaking on behalf of a number of diverse civil society groups. I'd like to reinforce 2 points that were already made and to offer specific edits to the text. First, following paragraph 44, we suggest the following text. The WSIS Plus 10 overall review should be informed by the processes and outcome of NETmundial. The modalities for the overall WSIS review should embrace an inclusive approach to agenda setting, participation, and development of its outcome. Second, we support the intervention made by Bill Drake yesterday relating to paragraph 24. The suggestion is to end paragraph 24 after the second sentence and to start a new paragraph with the following text. Full consideration should be given to establishing multi-stakeholder mechanisms to promote the ongoing monitoring and analysis of Internet governance developments and the on-demand sharing of knowledge on policy issues, models, and experiences that governments, stakeholders need to help them develop and identify effective solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's move to government. Please speak up.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name's Paul Ash. I'm from the Government of New Zealand. First, I'd like to thank the organisers and the multi-stakeholder community for this useful meeting. Overall, we're very comfortable with the meeting and the document itself as a useful contribution to future discussions. We have 4 brief suggestions. Paragraph 27 refers to striving towards a completed transition of the IANA function by September 2015. We propose removing this reference. It's important to get this right, and it may take time to ensure the transition is well considered, supported by the community, and considers accountability and the appropriate separation of operational and policy functions. In the interest of reaching consensus, we think the text in paragraph 35 on surveillance activities should conform to agreed language from the 2013 UNGA resolution. We also request replacement of the word agreements in paragraph 32. As a first step, enhanced international cooperation is urgently needed to address cybersecurity and cybercrime issues. And finally, several paragraphs, including 16 and 34, refer to a need for new mechanisms, forums or initiatives. We agree such new forums or initiatives should support and not duplicate existing structures, and think this text should say there may be a need for new forums and initiatives. Why? Care should be taken in establishing new forums. There are many existing fora, and most stakeholders, especially developing and small island developing states, find it difficult to participate fully in these. Finally, discussions regarding the IGF and WSIS actions should take into account existing work in other areas, such as the UN post-2015 development agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person in the government line.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Olga Cavalli. I'm from the government of Argentina. Our comments are suggested text to be added to paragraph 24. I will read the text. Promote relevant and ongoing participation of experts from all regions and from all stakeholders considering gender balance in decision-making process of Internet governance, including leadership positions. Promote a fluent and permanent interaction of Internet governance-related organizations with national administrations. The rationale for that comment is that Argentina believes there is sufficient experience and trained professionals in all regions, from all genders, even in countries with a lower degree of relative development, to be considered for leadership positions in these organizations, including board of directors. Argentina believes there should be gender balance in the board of directors and leadership positions in these organizations. There are enough women professionals perfectly able to be considered as good candidates for these positions. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and congratulations to Yanis Karklins for his appointment. Thank you.
Thank you. Now move to academia and technical community. Please speak up.
Gracias, Chair. Voy a hablar en español.
Thank you, Chair. I will speak in Spanish, sorry. I'm Carlos Aguirre from AGEI-ANGI. I'm the international director of this organization that is a non-for-profit organization that works in certain Latin American countries. We want to ratify all the interventions made in favor of the importance of the net neutrality. We would also like to ratify all the expressions against mass surveillance. And we want to raise our voices, or I want to raise my voice, in paragraph 36. Because if we need leaders capable of holding discussions, those leaders should previously have knowledge, and the knowledge is built through capacity building. And capacity building is a responsibility of all stakeholders, of all sectors, not just of the academic sector. The 800 participants who are present in this room or who are participating in NETmundial just account for 1/10 millionth part of the population in the world. So if we want to have all kinds of representation, we need to build capacity to turn this into leadership so that these leaders can discuss the changes that are required. Finally, we advocate for the drafting of a final outcome document where none of the issues proposed in the original document are excluded. Of course, all these issues can continue to be discussed on the basis of this final outcome document. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move to private sector.
Hi, I'm Seth Johnson. Again, hello? Again, okay. Again, I speak for a diverse interest group of people who advocate recognition of the Internet and the Information Society project that this proceeding intends to contribute to. We need to assure that the Information Society does not proceed without providing a specific system for recognizing impact that its initiatives will have on the open Internet, which as currently designed, it will easily accomplish. Now, on the way forward section, you have this thing about you intend to proceed, contribute to your outcomes to other processes. I just don't want to proceed to the next processes in a way that improperly regards the WIS's action lines as being fulfilled adequately, specifically in light of a distinction between the Internet and other IP-based networks. I don't need to reiterate my much fuller comments yesterday on the roadmap, which developed this point further. So I suggest a language that says we want to have a full, candid review of the WIS's action line, notably in terms of addressing the difference between the Internet and other IP-based networks, and how well the WIS's goals are being met on those terms. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's check whether we have received any comments from remote participants.
We have a text comment from Council of Europe, and afterwards a comment from civil society in the United States.
So this is a comment from the Council of Europe. Add the following sentence to paragraph 35 at the end. Article 17. ICCPR requires that UN member states ensure the right of everyone to the protection of the law against arbitrary or unlawful interference with privacy or correspondence, irrespective of whether such interference is done by public or private stakeholders. And the US civil society comment is, as the chair noted, the attempt to define multi-stakeholderism 10 years ago did not reach actual fruition. So we do not know actually what we are talking about today in this meeting when the term multi-stakeholderism obviously is central to the discussion. That is not any sort of basis for setting a way forward, certainly when the global Internet is at stake. Thank you.
So thank you very much for those comments. Now I'm turning to representative of civil society. Please, sir.
Okay. Jody Laureano, como
Jody Laureano is the Vice President of the Federation of Latin American Internet Users. We bring together as a federation several Internet users communities in Latin America. Basically, I just want to ratify our conviction and our plea that in this discussion on multi-stakeholder Internet governance, that the outcome document should refer to the Internet users and their roles as people who are managed or beneficiaries and other capacities. Everyone has manifested its intention to contribute to the building of the new Internet based on the multi-stakeholder model, and that is satisfactory to us. We would like this proposal to take a step further, also to incorporate societies that represent not just the civil society as an academic entity or an entity concerned for the development of society, but also those individuals who are capable of standing up for the interests of the individual users. Believe me when I say that in this beautiful meeting where everybody is paying attention to the outcomes of NETmundial, the Internet users are the most interested parties in these outcomes. So, Mr. Jennings, please try to echo this proposal. There is a very relevant thought. Give me a support point and I will move the entire world. That is what all Internet users need to continue supporting the development of the communications network in order to continue building toward the regulation of communications. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. And now I'm turning to a representative from the government sector.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Yamaguchi from Japan. Regarding the paragraph 32 about security and stability, I'd like to just comment that word for international agreement should be replaced to the international cooperation to make it flexibility. Because in ensuring the cybersecurity, it is important for us to have not only international public partnership, but also public-private, widely public-private partnership. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your suggestion. Please, again, government.
Thank you. My name is Maciej Groń. I'm from Polish Ministry of the Digital Affairs. Clear it or cut it. This is suggestion I address especially to the internet surveillance in paragraph 35. Text in current form may suggest that there might be mass surveillance, interception, and collections programs which are consistent with human rights and democratic values. By definition, mass surveillance is not consistent with human rights and democratic values. The rule of law and democratic values states that surveillance must respect specific and strict rules. There must be specific legislation setting limits of powers of surveillance authorities and providing necessary protection for citizen rights. Use of surveillance mechanism must be under supervision of court. Such mechanism may be used only in a case of reasonable suspicion of committing a crime and only against specific person or persons. Mechanism used must be proportional and may be used only for a specific time period. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo. Thank you very much. Now I'm turning to representative of Technical Community Academia.
Hi, my name is Byron Holland. I'm the CEO of the .ca operator in Canada, top-level domain operator. I'm the chair of the Country Code Operators Group within ICANN, the CCNSO, and I'm on the high-level panel of global internet cooperation and governance mechanisms. I'm speaking in my capacity as a registry operator. There are two elements that I'd like to speak to. First is paragraph 27, where the only real mention of security stability on the internet happens. And it's combined with another concept that I think should be completely separate. It's one sentence, there's a comma. I think the comma should be a full stop, and that they are two completely separate ideas. And I think that half a sentence in this entire document relating to the stability, security, and resiliency of the internet does not do it justice, and that should be reinforced and emphasized, that notion. For without that, much of the rest of what is in this document would be moot. The next thing that I would like to bring to your attention is in paragraph 21 about ensuring guaranteed, stable, and predictable funding for the IGF. I think that we should be more concrete in that and call out, beginning with private sector actors, public sector, and the technical community. And to that end, we'll put our money where our mouth is. Some of my colleagues here in this room have come together to say that for a number of years going forward, we will commit no less than $100,000 a year to funding the IGF. And I would ask my colleagues in the other lines and those who have done well by the internet to join us in making multi-year firm commitments to the funding of the IGF. Thank you.
So thank you very much, and thank you for your very generous support to IGF. Now I'm turning to representative of private sector. Please, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rahul Sharma, and I represent Data Security Council of India, NASSCOM, which is also a WITSA member organization. Para 31, different roles and responsibilities of stakeholder in the internet governance ecosystem. We endorse the point of recognizing the different role played by different stakeholders in different issues as relevant to function or situation, which is also reflected in para 6 of the document. Para 40, jurisdiction issues. This is most critical, as if this is left unaddressed, it will continue to lead to simmering undercurrents, leading to unavoidable conflicts because of different perspective on content regulation, privacy violation, IPRs, and related issues. Para 32, international agreements on topics such as jurisdiction and law enforcement assistance to promote cybersecurity and prevent cybercrime. It is primarily a state subject, but a multi-stakeholder model, maybe led by government, is desired in this direction. Para 33, I would like to add text that technical methods for cybersecurity be agreed upon by developers, implementers, and operators. Para 34, on new forums and initiatives, existing technical institutions such as IAB, IETF, IEEE, W33, they will continue to develop technical standards and protocols, and RIR will continue to work on the address space. But this needs to be strengthened by encouraging and adding representatives from countries and regions that are currently unrepresented or have low participation. On IANA transition, if a need arises to establish a new body for IANA function stewardship transition, we have proposed setting up a body called Internet Governance Organization, IGO, modalities of which are explained in our comments submitted earlier. To conclude, thanks to Snowden revelations, Honorable President Dilma's passion and efforts of entire Internet community to make NETmundial possible. Obrigado.
So thank you very much. Do we have remote participants in line? Please.
We have a comment from São Paulo Remote Participation Hub, and afterwards a video interaction from the San Francisco Remote Hub.
Hub São Paulo, Brazil, technical.
São Paulo Hub, Brazil Technical Sector. Many of the principles which are being discussed here will only be effectively conquered if some of the technical aspects in the network are to be adjusted. We must include a paragraph for the commitment of all to implement and accelerate IPv6, DNSSEC, and most importantly, a solution for BGP, Secure Board Gateway Protocol, which is the main protocol responsible for the Internet today. And the way it is, it has several weak points.
Hi, my name is Beverly Lau, speaking as a member of the tech community here in San Francisco. How will the principles of the NETmundial outcome document be enforced? If individuals take the initiative to uphold the principles of Internet governance, will there be a safe haven to protect them from retribution? The safe haven should fall under the responsibility of many nations so that these individual whistleblowers can have support no matter where they come from. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you for your comments, and let's move to on-site. So, civil society, please.
Thank you. My name is Jeremy Malcolm, and I'm now speaking only on my own behalf, though some of these points do enjoy broader support. The document that we produce, I believe, should be a declaration of its participants rather than a mere chairman's summary. I would also like us to concretise some of the general and aspirational statements that currently appear in the roadmap section. First, the European Commission, in a statement from Vice President Kroes, has put forward a set of concrete suggestions about what steps could be taken next and when in relation to improvement of the IGF, strengthening of the multi-stakeholder model, and so on. Those suggestions do not seem to be in any way controversial, and I suggest we add those to the outcome document. Secondly, paragraph 39 of the document acknowledges one very important issue, but puts it into the too hard basket, the different roles and responsibilities of stakeholders. I suggest that we don't just acknowledge the issue, but specify where it could be discussed next, and I feel that should be the IGF. However, we should also encourage the IGF to adopt a deliberative plenary process for this task based on that conducted at NETmundial. NETmundial is a one-off forum, so we need to make sure the value of this innovative process is not lost. And the IGF is the perfect forum to take it up, in fulfilment of its mandate to make recommendations where appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now move to the gentleman in the government line. Please speak up.
Good afternoon. My name is Ivan Orosa from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Human Mobility of Ecuador. I would like to stress that on equal footing, my government believes that it is necessary a definition of distinguished roles and responsibilities, assuming that these roles and responsibilities are dynamic, have to be defined over time in a collaborative process. We also support the call made yesterday by the European Union to set concrete outputs in the document. We believe that this has to be executive process, one that brings clearly defined objectives and a clear deadline for realizing those objectives. And wrapping everything up and possibly also contributing to a better definition of what accountability means, what multi-stakeholderism means, and also its relation with multilateralism, we would like to suggest the formulation that could fit or substitute paragraph 41, or maybe be included in section 5, which reads, NETmundial expresses the necessity to elaborate a legally binding international instrument which will constitute the reference legal framework regarding the governance of the Internet. The ratification thereof by stakeholders must be the requisite for a full participation at the multi-stakeholder level. A clear deadline for the elaboration of the aforementioned instrument, as well as the definition of its nature and scope, must be discussed in the context of the next meeting of NETmundial, which has to be convened within the next 6 months. And by the way, I would like to renew the offer of my government to host that meeting. Just a very quick formulation for paragraph 35. We strongly support the mentioning of mass surveillance, so we suggest more dialogue is needed on this topic at the international level using forums like the IGF and the Human Rights Council, aiming to develop a common understanding on all the related aspects and to create an adequate binding legal framework to eradicate mass surveillance in the Internet. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The lady at the government line. Speaker, please.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Karen Ochoa from the Mexican government. We would like to commend the efforts of the Brazilian government in the organization of this important meeting. Let me make 2 brief comments. First, in our opinion, the reinforcement of the IGF is a clear element to avoid the polarization of discussions in other fora and also the duplicity of efforts. In this regard, all processes related to the Internet that require some kind of resolution, such as meetings to adopt declarations of principles, should be addressed fully at the IGF. My second comment relates to paragraph 43, where we submit to your consideration in the second sentence, replacing the word encourage with invite. And also along the same lines to add further analysis in a more inclusive platform outside the control of some members of the multi-stakeholder ecosystem. Thank you.
Let's move to technical community. Please speak up.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Barak Otieno from the manager of Africa Top-Level Domains Organization. I will make some comments on behalf of the regional top-level domains organization, that is Center, APTLD, and LAC-TLD. Our first comment is on the mandate, and we don't see why the mandate of the IGF should be constrained to 2015. This should be reviewed so that there is no time limit, and the Internet Governance Forum should continue for as long as the community sees it as a legitimate space for discussing these issues, a fact that has been widely acknowledged. Secondly, we need to encourage mechanisms and processes where the processes of multi-stakeholderism and multilateralism converge. They have different logics and outcomes, but in the interest of developing the Internet, there should be a deepened understanding that we hope emerges from the Enhanced Cooperation Working Group. Finally, it is important to maintain institutional memory of these events and their results. Discussions on Internet governance have developed and matured, and there's a lot that we have learned, and this should continue. We also need to encourage and promote the use of electronic participation tools. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any comments from remote?
We have remote comments from civil society in Tunisia.
This is a comment from Mr. Jamil. He's in the civil society and the telecommunications. He suggests also that the draft of the roadmap will contain a text on protecting the children. And also especially that we have the tools that will protect against children from against improper websites, and of course putting into consideration the cultures, different cultures we have, and also suggest that we witness a complete participation of the countries when we talk about internet governance, so we will not witness a control of one country and the destiny of internet. And thank you.
So thank you very much for those comments, and now I'm turning to represent.
شكرا لهذه التعقيبات، والآن أعود إلى المجتمع المدني. أنا أتحدث الحقيقة واسمي هنا بالنسبة للمجتمع أو ما أتحدث أنه.
In this room, surveillance causes a chilling effect. The mass surveillance specifically of Sweden, the United States, the United Kingdom, New Zealand, Australia, and other countries is seriously interfering with people to actually exercise their right to use anonymity software. Furthermore, in countries such as China and Syria, we see exactly the same thing as active censorship. We should recognize that states can commit cybercrime, and it is not merely individual users themselves on the internet with no state affiliation that are the only ones. Cybercrime must address the fact that states can commit crimes as well, and it must also include the case that states do not have the ability to talk about cybercrime and set the agenda without speaking with members of the technical community and civil society. And it is absolutely important to note that intrusions into computers are happening right now, where corporations and free software projects and other proprietary software are required or pressured to add backdoors. We should not allow that to happen, and we should recognize that we should not create secret agents for the state where they are able to take and create great harm and to put in more risk for people who are working for a better world. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your intervention. Now I'm turning to representative from the government. That would be you, sir.
Bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Marlon. I belong to the Federal Justice of Brazil. I rather speak in Portuguese because, unfortunately, I do not speak English very well. Relative to paragraph 33, item security and stability, I emphasize that the fight against cybercrime requires more than cooperation. Cooperation requires or enshrines the idea of volunteers. We need to have treaty signs and the creation of formal communication channels among governments in order to ensure the compliance with international legislation. We need to be transparent. So I suggest to include in this paragraph a mention to these international treaties.
Sir, I'm now turning to representative technical community and academia. Please, sir.
Thank you. My name is Jordan Carter from Internet New Zealand. 2 points. One is to support the idea of the outcomes document. We need an outcomes document that expresses the views of NETmundial on all the issues affecting the Internet's future. We do not need a chairman's summary, so please stick with the outcomes document. The second point relates to the first, which is around the discussion on paragraph 26 related to the IANA transition. There is no legitimate process argument to say that text around adequate separation of policy and operations for IANA should not be in the document. It is perfectly legitimate for that to be the case because that's the point of NETmundial, to express views on the issues facing the Internet's future. If we said we couldn't express views on any issue that was being dealt with elsewhere, we would have an empty outcomes document. All of the issues we are discussing are being discussed elsewhere. All of them are in front of other processes. So there is no process objection. Please feel free to include text like adequate separation in the outcomes document in paragraph 26. Thank you.
So thank you very much for your comment. Remote participation, participants, do we have somebody? No, while we're waiting, let's move to the civil society representative. Please, civil society.
Hello, my name is Evan Leibovich. I'm president of the Canadian chapter of the Internet Society. I'm vice chair of ICANN at large, but I'm speaking as an individual. Through both my work in ISOC and my work within ICANN, it's been a challenge to try and represent the interests of end users. That is, when you're talking multi-stakeholderism, stakeholders are not just the people that can show up at these meetings, that know the lingo, that know the secret handshakes, that understand what's going on here. And in order to be able to truly be multi-stakeholder, that also requires representing people that aren't here, that don't even know what they need to know here. And so what I would ask is for some wording in the document to make reference to end users, the need to educate, the need to engage, the need to make a special effort to bring the people that don't have either commercial or career-based reasons to be here, and to make sure that representation is adequately brought to bear into meetings like this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your proposal. Now, representative from the government.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My name is Pedro Huichelaf. I'm the Vice Minister of Telecommunication of Chile, and I will speak in Spanish. First of all, I would like to thank the government of Brazil for this organization, for this event, because with the real number of participation show the actual significance and willingness to participate in Internet. Chile is supporting human rights, particularly in the latest 30 years, and now it appears in several mass media spaces, including the Internet. So our country aspires that human rights be protected and guaranteed at the global network. Additionally, we firmly believe that we have to promote the principle of net neutrality. This principle should be included in the declaration out of this event. We know it is possible. Our country has included it into the law, and in practice, it is consistent with the development of technology and information, telecommunication and information technology. We have to discuss on the critical information on the network, particularly consider that this critical infrastructure should have a social development as well as a cultural and political development principle, particularly being so deep enrooted in Latin American countries. We hope these ideas are reflected in this roadmap. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Also.
Merci, Monsieur le Ministre, d'avoir patiemment attendu votre tour. Nous apprécions beaucoup votre patience. Nous allons parler maintenant à la communauté technique.
Meu nome é Leandro Correia, sou diretor.
I'm Leandro Correia. I'm a software developer and of a company of digital communication. I have two comments to make. The first, I believe that the nationalization of data should bring more reliance and reliability to the net. And this would make the governments provide laws for the security of the Internet. And will also would create more jobs and would allow other companies such as Google.com to create more jobs in developing countries. So I suggest an exemption for startups up to 2 years of their foundation. We should think that during this short time, And with 1,000 people, perhaps in this meeting we will not be able to express what is important for the future of the Internet. So I suggest that review mechanisms should be put in place. The Internet is dynamic, and we need that our rights and privacies are ensured in order to have trust in this document. Thank you.
To remote participation hub.
We have a text comment from the São Paulo remote hub, and afterwards a comment from civil society in India.
Hub São Paulo, Brasil Governo. Proponho que no
I propose that on paragraph 7 we include the term search for the rights of access for information. Why? Today, what we receive from search providers are sponsored and do not reflect the content of the Internet as a whole. So,
principle stating when and to whom these principles are applicable. Simply put, we need recognition that these principles that relate to human rights obligations bind a state not only while dealing with citizens or people within their territory. Extraterritorial application of these obligations to non-citizens must be recognized, at least insofar as the negative obligation of states not to violate those rights goes.
Thank you. Right. So, civil society, please speak up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Claudio Ruiz, and I'm from Derechos Digitales from Chile. During these days, we're discussing about the future of the Internet. I think it's important taking into account we're just proposing one part of the international agenda who rules, generally speaking at least, the Internet. I want to highlight the fact, coming from a developing country, the serious effects who free trade agreements have in our legal and human rights framework on the Internet, shaping those countries' priorities in a binding way. Yesterday was ACTA, SOPA, and PIPA. Today is the Trans-Pacific Partnership, the TPP, negotiation in secrecy touching critical points regarding human rights and the Internet as such, intermediary liability, privacy rules, collaboration between ISPs and human rights, and copyright owners, and aggressive strategy over copyright enforcement. NETmundial outcomes and roadmap should face this reality and follow President Dilma's assessment regarding consider the Internet as a territory of trust and respect of human rights, not permitting our governments to do strong assessment in a non-binding fora, but agreeing in diminishing human rights on the trade agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move to government line, please.
Hello, my name is Torsten Andersen. I'm representing the government of Denmark. We would also very much like to express our gratitude to the organizers of this conference. We appreciate the great experience in multi-stakeholderism in practice, and we look forward to drawing the lessons from this in practice. I want to reiterate some of the points that has already been made by a large group of countries and stakeholders. We think the document as it stands, it's not perfect, but it's good. And in particular, we like the clear agreement on strengthening the Internet Governance Forum. And we appreciate the paragraphs here, and we appreciate the many interventions and the strong support that we've received to the Internet Governance Forum from this room. So we need to continue to strengthen and develop the multi-stakeholder model with a focus on accountability, inclusion, transparency, and we look forward to continuing the discussions on this in the coming years.
Thank you very much. Now move to technical community and academia.
My name is Maite Peters, and I represent academia. I coordinate a global network of Internet and Society Research Centers, a collaborative initiative of academic research institutions all over the world, focusing on Internet and society issues in the broadest sense and from a wide range of disciplines. This is not limited to, but includes Internet governance. As the coordinator of the network of centers, I would like to stress the relevance of Section 2.3 of the roadmap regarding the creation of information sharing functions. global internet governance should be understood as a collaborative learning process that works but that can be optimized over time. We would also like to stress the importance of reflecting academically and from a diverse range of disciplinary standpoints on the outcomes and implementation scenarios of what is discussed at NETmundial. We would like to underline the role of the academic community in this learning process, also referring to point 4 of the roadmap. In this context, we encourage internet governance practitioners to collaborate more strongly with academia and to refer to the academic expertise available in this field. Against this backdrop, we offer the network of centers as an open space for global academic reflection through events and independent but coordinated research efforts. Research institutions involved include the Berkman Center for Internet and Society at Harvard University, the Alexander von Humboldt Institute for Internet and Society in Berlin, the Institutes for Technology and Society at FGV Rio de Janeiro, and at the State University in Rio de Janeiro, and many other institutions from over 20 countries. We would like to extend an invitation to our academic colleagues gathered here and online who are not yet involved with the NOC to join us in this collaborative effort. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any comments from remote participants?
We have a comment from civil society in Moldova.
This is a comment from Open Government Institute. A suggestion on points to be further discussed beyond NETmundial, paragraph 41. It is important that this paragraph focuses on and elaborates on the indicators to be used for the Internet governance ecosystem and addresses both performance and impact indicators. Designing the process from the very beginning in a way that could be measured or addressed is essential. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Moldova, for this comment. And now we have 3 last interventions from civil society first. Please, sir.
Buenos días, muchas gracias.
Good morning, thank you. I'm Alfredo Velasco from the Digital Users in Ecuador. First of all, I would like to show my appreciation to the civil society here in Brazil because they have been pushing for the civil framework for 5 years. So in my opinion, they are the reason why we are gathering today here. And obviously, the government has given priority to this meeting over other needs and other urgencies. I should say that in the civil society, each of us represents oneself, or perhaps sometimes the organization we come from. So on that basis, multi-stakeholderism becomes critical when on different topics, different governments and corporations hire ad hoc staff in a very specific manner so that they can complete the wheels of the multi-stakeholder cart to serve their own interests. The civil society would be threatened by this kind of situation, but companies and also government officials that are present are harmed when they are also part of the civil society. Transparency was a word repeated on several occasions by government officials. The roadmap has to include mechanisms that will enable to have open data, open format data to allow the participation of all stakeholders. Remote participation has to gain more ground over political spaces. Congratulations for the achievements in this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Now I'm turning to representative of the government.
Thank you. Ambassador Wal Ariach, Government of South Sudan, Minister of Foreign Affairs. The government of South Sudan and its leadership takes this opportunity to thank government of Brazil and organizers for initiative of NETmundial Stakeholding Conference. The government of South Sudan agrees with the concept of a stakeholding principle of internet governance. The government of South Sudan is committed to implementation of e-governance to allow participation of all citizens of all of the world in a robust, open, and trusted network communication manner without interference. Third, however, we must understand that the responsibility and accountability, it is an important duty of government to protect its citizen and sovereignty, and this must be recognized within the NETmundial concept of state-holding principle. The issue of capacity building, which is para 363, we would want to propose that should be brought within the first principle of NETmundial rather than within the roadmap as it is at the moment. Finally, the government of South Sudan appreciates contribution made by all stakeholders, and we need to move forward in order to, into the future with NETmundial as a future accountable United Nations of global communications network linking all citizens of the whole world for better world for all. And in this regard, the government of South Sudan would like to move a motion that we adopt the outline principle in draft document within improved adjustment as processes continues to evolve, since the concept of multi-stakeholding is an open-ended level of processes. Many thanks. Congratulations, Mr. Kirkland, for your nomination. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your comments and being with us. As you know, South Sudan is one of the latecomers in the United Nations system. Last speaker from technical community, please. Sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Malaku from Ethiopia. I'm academia. I'm teaching in the Addis Ababa University, and I'm also a PhD candidate in software engineering. So I'm here to tell you that we have only one telecom company in Ethiopia, which is being operated by the government. And unfortunately, people in Ethiopia are suffering of the internet access. And internet in Ethiopia is not plug and play. It is rather, it is plug and pray. So would you mind to include in the roadmap, internet should be, telecom should be free and liberalized to provide people with affordable and reasonable internet access. Thank you very much.
So thank you, sir, for your comment and proposal. So that brings us to the end. No, we have two more remote participants, please, quickly.
Okay, so we have a video interaction with Bhimavaram town in India, and afterwards a text comment coming from São Paulo Remote Hub.
Hello. Good evening, sir. It's a privilege from Bhimavaram town and internet sources from India. We want to have free suggestions based on overall seasons and topics covering overall paragraphs. We want to have following suggestion: open standards and open frameworks can become building blocks for building next internet, just like we have TCP and IP, which we are not. Net neutral should continue without government controls and tech companies who are trying for monopoly for rapid growth and development of new internet with open governance. This will one day lead to net will think and act to overcome human beings' control on cyber connectivity. Innovation and creativity should come every remote part of world through better broadband network connectivity and global standards which can achieve remote hubs connectivity. So, thank you so much.
And now a final comment coming from São Paulo Remote Participation Hub.
Hub Brasília, Governo, tópico 13. Enabling Environment for Innovation and Creativity. Sugerimos incluir na quarta linha para preservar.
We suggest including on the fourth line to preserve dynamism of the net. The governance of internet should continue allowing for open innovations, encouraging creating commons, copyleft, and open contents. And the rationale is a copyright that should be introduced into the network and having its own laws. That's why initiatives such as Creative Commons, copyleft, and open contents need a space to keep the spirit of freedom and democracy in internet.
So thank you very much. We had, I think, very rich debate. We had more than 60 interventions during these 2 hours. That was very encouraging. We had a number of remote participant interventions, which again is a good example how we're trying to reach out and get wider participation to our discussions. So now the expert panel will go to the same place, the same lounge on the second floor of adjacent building of the hotel to try to digest everything we heard and took note of, as well as take into account all those comments which were submitted in writing prior to the meeting, and would come up with a proposal for the afternoon session, for the afternoon closing session. So those who are interested, please feel free to join us. The same rules will apply as yesterday. You can follow the discussion on, of the group without possibility of intervention, direct intervention at that meeting. So thank you very much, and bon appétit to all of you.